IAS and IFOS, that is Indian Forest Service, also have a common prelims. So the weightage for environment has increased significantly, both in prelims and mains examination. So if you notice carefully, in the last few years, number of questions in prelims, especially from environment, has increased significantly. So geography around 20-25 questions, environment around 20 questions we are getting. Let's say geography 20 questions, environment 20 questions. 40 questions you are getting in paper 1. 40 into 2 is how much? 80 marks, and that is your cutoff. That is your general cutoff I'm talking about. So that you have to understand. So the weightage has increased significantly. So concentrating on these two subjects will not only help you to get through prelims, but also significant nearly 250 marks in mains in GS1 and GS3 paper. As a result, nearly 250 marks mains also you're writing, and you're also it is helping you in clearing the prelims also. Okay, so as a result, so you should concentrate more on these two subjects. Bit scientific, but you can understand. Okay, so let's start with the basic word. Okay, environment. So please make sure you maintain a separate notes along with, just like you did for geography, maintain a separate notes for environment as well. Okay, so first and foremost, how to go to the next page? 1 second. See here. The word environment is a French word actually. French word environ. You can notice the word environ means our surroundings, or to it means to encircle. It was first coined by Thomas Carlyle. So nobody knows who coined the term environment, but I'm telling you, Thomas Carlyle was the one who coined the term environment. When he coined it, he called it environner. The first word I'm talking about, the original word environner, meaning to encircle, to surround something. So that's how the word was coined. First, you remember this. Who coined the term environment comes in where? All the state service exams, they might ask this. Who coined the term? So, Thomas Carlyle in 1828. Just write that. The word environment means to encircle. It was coined by French scientist. It means to encircle. Okay, that is first thing. I'll also write this. But you should know who are the significant people in environment. First 3 slides we'll talk about it, then we'll continue with the regular board. Okay. So environment is a French word. French word. It was coined by Thomas Carlyle in 1828. It is derived from the word environ or environner. Environner, meaning to encircle. So it means what? Everything around us. Everything that we have around us is our environment. So look around. Correct. If you notice around, what do we have around us? Natural environment we have. Cultural environment we have. What we have built, this buildings, roads, all this is cultural environment. Based on our needs, based on our aspirations we have built. You can notice trees, plants, rivers, air, everything. That is natural environment. So our environment includes both cultural as well as anthropogenic part. So if you notice this carefully, back to this previous slide, you can see environment means our surrounding. It includes natural as well as anthropogenic or cultural. So environment has 2 classification. One, natural environment. Other one is anthropogenic environment. 2 part. Okay. So anthropogenic environment is that we have created since our evolution on earth, because we all evolved from apes, from chimpanzees we all evolved, correct? So as a result, from then till now, what all we have done? Agriculture we have done, we have developed transportation, we have developed industries. All this is what? Our environment. Anthropogenic. Everything that naturally exists around us, land, water, air, that is called as natural environment. So natural environment has 2 components, biotic and abiotic components. Biotic is what? All living, plants, animals, bacteria, archaea, all that is biotic. Abiotic is what? Sunlight. That's in geography we studied all abiotic factors. Everything that we studied in geography, physical geography, remember geomorphology, land, climatology, air, oceanography, water, like that. All that is abiotic factors. Sunlight we have discussed. So we derive our subject matter from geography here, which is includes all abiotic features we discussed. Winds we discussed, air we discussed, correct? All that comes here, abiotic factors. So biotic is plants, animals and humans. That all comes in this. This interaction between biotic and abiotic components is what we call it as ecosystem. The interaction we have. For example, every second of our life we inhale and exhale, correct? We are part of our surroundings. So we are all connected with our abiotic components, that is air. We receive sunlight, correct? We consume water. Indirectly, we are what? Interacting with our surrounding abiotic factors. This interaction is called as ecosystem. So please remember this. Because ecosystem means the interaction between the biotic and abiotic components. So first is this. Who coined the term environment? That all of you know. Okay. I'll go to the next page. Done. Which year? 1828. So this kind of question will come in state service exams and other exams. UPSC will never ask about the word who coined it and all. But if they ask, you should know. Okay. But the foundation for environment was laid by Alexander von Humboldt. He was a very popular German geographer. Remember Humboldt current? Peru-Chile Humboldt current? He is the one who studied ocean currents for the first time. He is the one who traveled around the world and studied how abiotic factors influence biotic factors, plants, animals, and all. So that is when he laid the foundation. He is considered as a father of modern geography also. He is considered as father of ecology also. So nobody would have heard of father of ecology, correct? Now you know. Alexander von Humboldt, a German geographer, he laid the foundation for environment and studies related to environment. Because earlier, nobody used to study environment as a subject. But now we have, correct? Who laid the foundation? Alexander von Humboldt. So he is the one who gave the idea of Panama Canal also. The idea of Panama Canal was also given by Alexander von Humboldt. Okay, so you remember his name. So he is considered as father of ecology, father of environment. So these two information, I think most of you wouldn't have known. Even if you have done studies on environment and all, if you have read somewhere also, these two names nobody would have told you. Because nobody knows about them. Okay, in regular books and all, I've never seen these two names mentioned. But Alexander von Humboldt was the one responsible for beginning the studies related to environment. He is considered as the influencer of Charles Robert Darwin. He is the one who influenced. In Charles Darwin's work, Origin of Species, he mentions it 400 times in his book. Whose name? Alexander von Humboldt's works he mentions nearly 400 times in his book. Can you imagine that so many times? Let's say if I'm writing a book and I'm mentioning someone's name so many times, that means what? I'm deeply influenced. I'm taking reference from him. So he was the one who taught Ernst Haeckel. Ernst Haeckel was the one who coined the term ecology. He was the teacher. Alexander von Humboldt was a teacher of Ernst Haeckel. Ernst Heinrich Philipp August Haeckel was the one who coined the term ecology. Now you know, okay, who is the one who started everything? Alexander von Humboldt. So Charles Robert Darwin was a student. Ernst Haeckel was a student. George Tansley was a student. You got it? So Alexander von Humboldt, everybody considered him as the father of environment, father of ecology. So did you write the previous name? Alexander von Humboldt. Now you write next words here. Sir Author George Tansley. Why I'm showing you the picture? So there should be some connection from the class to the people who worked. Sir Author George Tansley coined the term ecosystem. I told you what is ecosystem? The interaction between biotic and abiotic components. So that word was coined by Sir Author George Tansley. In books they have given only Author Tansley. First name, last name. First, second, third name you have to write. Before we start the class, you should know who are all contributed to the field of environment. And today's class will be only about vocabulary part, terms part. So many words we are going to learn. Just like we did in geography. First few classes were basics. Same here also. Sir Author George Tansley coined the term ecosystem in 1935. Don't worry about the definition. If you are worried about definition, these are all book definition. In my book, I have given this. But simple definition I am giving you, right? The interaction between biotic and abiotic component is called as ecosystem. Just the way we are also an organism, correct? Man is also an animal. How we interact with our surroundings, correct? We utilize rocks for constructing houses. We utilize resources on earth for our development. That is ecosystem. Every organism on the earth uses the surrounding resources for its development. Plants utilize air, carbon dioxide, water from the root, from the soil for their growth, correct? Ah, that is ecosystem. That interaction is called as ecosystem. The study of ecosystem is ecology. That's it. The study of this interrelationship, interaction is called as ecology. Who coined it? Ernst Haeckel. First name, last name, you remember. Books also they have given first name and last name. So remember this. All these people considers Alexander von Humboldt. Okay, he is the one who started this study in University of Berlin. He started the Department of Environment for the first time in the entire world. Till then, nobody studied environment as a subject. So the topic of environment was started by Alexander von Humboldt. Okay, this person also, you know, Ernst Haeckel, who coined the term ecology, study of ecosystem. Another person you should know, Frederick Edward Clements. He coined the word biome. Biome. Okay, so please remember the word biome. I'll tell you what is biome. He is the one who contributed to the field of ecological succession or plant succession, how plants evolve and replace one another. Okay, over time. Everything we'll discuss, don't worry. I'm just giving introduction. So Frederick Clements was the one who coined the term biome. So see the word B-I-O. B-I-O. Biome means what? Life. Biome means regions on earth with a distinct climate and various flora and fauna associated with it. If you notice, on the earth's surface, every place has a distinct climate now. All of you pause writing now. Please pause. Biome you understand first. Every part of earth we have studied in climatology, every place has a distinct climate, correct? Polar regions have distinct climate. Tropical regions have distinct climate. Equatorial areas have different climate. If you notice all these places, is the species same? The species found in polar bears are the same as the species found in equator? No, they are different. Why they are different? Biome. Biomes are areas with distinct climate to which various flora and fauna are associated. Okay, so we here in India, the way we look, the way we are different from the people from Africa, people from Europe, correct? What makes us different? The climate of the region. Correct, we might have migrated and all, that is different story. But I'm telling you, original evolution. Remember I was talking about Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, how we all evolved. So it all depends upon the climate. So why one particular species is found only there? Why polar bears are found only in the Arctic? Why not in Antarctica? Because Arctic also we have ice. Antarctica also we have ice. Why bears are found only in the northern hemisphere? Correct? So because of the climate we have. So if you notice, so biomes are regions with distinct climate to which certain flora and fauna are associated. Okay. So based on that climate only they have evolved. So the word biome was coined by Frederick Clements. So he links every species evolution to a region's climate. Why we have anacondas only near equator? Why not here? Correct? Because of the climate. So every place has a climate to which some plants and animals will be adopted, acclimatized. They are found only in that. That word is called as biome. Please write the word biome and write a small definition. Biomes are regions with distinct climate. Biomes are regions with distinct climate to which flora and fauna are acclimatized or associated, to which certain flora and fauna, flora means plants, fauna is animals, to which flora and fauna are associated. Flora and fauna are associated. For example, if you notice, let's say camels. The camels are adapted to one particular climate. Why can't I rear camels in our forest here? No, because they are not adapted to this area. They won't be able to survive for long because their diet is different, their habitat is different, which is different from this place. So every organism has a certain specific abiotic factor to which it is acclimatized. So that is word biome. So every place, for example, I was telling you example, remember why it is wrong, unethical, environmentally unethical to rear huskies here, Alaskan huskies here. Siberian Malamutes here. Why? Because these dogs are what from different climates. Alaska, Siberia, may we get huskies. No, these rich people, what they do, they pay money and get those puppies here and rear it here, because this weather is what hot tropical conditions. Those dogs will not survive for long. After 4 or 5 years, they'll die because their diet here there is meat. Here, these people are giving them curd rice. Correct? There, the climate is what cold, dry condition. Here it is warm, humid conditions here. If you open their fridge, the dog will be sleeping inside the fridge there. Means it requires that kind of cold conditions. So that is reason we will talk about environmental ethics also. As we progress into the topic, we'll be talking about environmental legislation, environmental ethics as well. Where we are going wrong, in what direction we should go. Okay, all that we'll discuss. So Frederick Clement was the one who coined the term biome. So two more people you should know. One is Alfred Russell. Alfred Russell, very popular, very popular biogeographer. He is the one who delineated the entire world into different zones based on the evolutionary history. Every organism has evolved, right? Every species has evolved in different places. Based on its evolutionary history, he has divided the entire world into 8 geographic or biogeographic realm based on evolutionary history. Evolutionary history means what? Every species has evolved in different places and they look different. Why Asian elephant is different from African elephant? Correct. There's some evolutionary changes that he explained. Alfred Russell. Okay, just write down. Alfred Russell is known as father of biogeography. He is the one who gave the idea of theory of evolution through natural selection. Alfred Russell, father of biogeography. He gave the idea to Darwin actually. Darwin got the idea from Alfred Russell about theory of natural selection and Darwin published it. So Darwin became popular after that. The idea came from Alfred Russell actually. Okay, Alfred Russell Wallace. So in scientific field this happens. If somebody has an idea, if they discuss about it, somebody might use that idea and develop on it. And they publish it paper and they become popular after it. So in scientific field, this is very common. 2 more names you have to remember. Alfred Russell Wallace and Charles Robert Darwin. Okay. So theory of evolution idea was first given by Alfred Russell. Please remember this. And that was later on developed by Charles Robert Darwin. These are 3 Darwin's work. The Voyage of the Beagle, in which he traveled around the world. The name of the ship, also they have asked, what is the name of the ship in which Darwin traveled the world to study biogeography? It was HMS Beagle, HMS, Her Majesty's Service, because it was sponsored by the Queen of England, sponsored the trip. So Her Majesty's Service, Beagle, was a ship name. Okay. He travels to all places Humboldt traveled to study environment. You got it? Humboldt also had traveled. So same places Charles Robert Darwin also travels to study biogeography. Then he wrote Origin of Species. Then The Descent of Man, how man evolved. So all these are the 3 works of Darwin. So these are the only people you have to remember now. No more names. Even if the names comes, that will be only okay in that particular topic. But these names what we have written, you should remember before we start environment. Because whatever they have done, that is the reason we are all able to understand the ecology. So they laid the foundation for ecological studies around the world. Okay. So Alfred Russell Wallace and Charles Robert Darwin. So starting from who coined the term environment, you have seen their pictures also, and other terms. So let's see the word one by one. What are the various terms that we have to remember? Please let me know if you have any doubt starting from here. Remember Alexander von Humboldt. Okay. So this is the picture. In one image, we'll be able to understand many words related to environment. Okay. So starting from Earth. So remember, I told you Earth is a Goldilocks planet. It is the only planet which supports and sustains life. Remember first day, first show class. We had mentioned Earth is a Goldilocks planet. Earth is neither too close nor too far. I was mentioning. Because of this location of Earth, we have habitable situations here. We receive right amount of sunlight, heat. We have water in three states: solid, liquid, gaseous state. We have air in our atmosphere, carbon dioxide. Correct. So the bacteria like cyanobacteria are capable of carrying out photosynthesis. So Earth is a very unique planet when it comes to the entire universe. There is no other planet like Earth. This is the only home we have, and this is the only place where we have born, and this is the place where we are all going to die. So this is why we have to protect our planet Earth. This is why we have to conserve our environment. So that is the reason we have a saying in life: healthy environment is healthy life, healthy economy. Think about it. Healthy environment is healthy life also for us, healthy economy also. Remember this. You can use this in essays. They can ask this on essay also. Healthy environment is healthy life and healthy economy also. So Earth is considered as our home planet, mother planet. So the word ecosphere. The word eco, you can see here, ECO. I'll tell you about this word. See here, the word eco here comes from the Greek word ikos, meaning home or household. Okay, so remember this word also. In various topics, I have used this word. Remember economy, economics also use the word ECO, eco. These three letters you use there. There, NOMI is management. How you manage the resources at the household level, at the taluk level, district level, national level. That is economics. Managing financial, human resource. Correct. That is economics. Similarly, the word eco comes from the Greek word ikos, meaning household or home. First, you remember this. The word eco that we are going to use. Write that somewhere. The word eco comes from a Greek word. Greek word. Ikos. O-I-K-O-S. Pronounced as ikos. Okay. Meaning home or household. Indirectly means our surroundings. Please write. Indirectly means everything around us. Our surroundings. Okay, this word is clear first because I'm going to use that word eco so many times now. Ecosystem, ecology, ecosphere, like that. So many, around 50 words are there related to this, which starts from these three letters. In environment, there are nearly 50 such words which start with these three letters. So as a result, first we should start with that word only, eco. Okay, pronunciation is eco, not echo. Don't pronounce it as echo. Okay, remember this. This is common mistake people do. They pronounce it as echo. That is wrong. This is eco. So this also, please remember. Pronunciation also you should not go wrong. So this is clear. We'll come to this. I'll explain this slide, why I have given all these pictures. So my word is, first word is ecosphere. Because I told you, Earth is our home, mother planet, home planet. Correct? So this is where we all have evolved. All life on Earth. Correct? Is the only planet which supports life. So the word ecosphere. Please write the word ecosphere now. The entire planet Earth is considered as ecosphere. First word. In that, right? Earth is a Goldilocks planet. Earth is the Goldilocks planet. I'm going to explain one by one here. I'm also going to write now. Earth is our home planet. It is the Goldilocks planet. See the word Goldilocks. Goldilocks planet. It is the only planet which supports and sustains life in the entire universe. Sustain life in the universe. Earth is our home. So in our geography class also I have written this. Land I called it as lithosphere. Air and water also I had written two circles like this. For water I called it as hydrosphere. For air I called it as atmosphere. Many of you remember this Venn diagram. We had written this. So the part of land, water, air. This is land, water, air, which supports life is biosphere. Remember this word? Biosphere. Bio is the word that I've written in the middle. Because part of air, water, land that supports life is called as biosphere. What I've written in green is bio. Bio means life. The word bio means life. Okay. If you notice carefully, the part of atmosphere which supports life on Earth, troposphere. Remember the word tropo? First layer of the atmosphere. Troposphere is the layer just above the Earth. We are all living in troposphere, correct? This is troposphere. This part is troposphere. Okay, I'll write some other color now. This is troposphere. Notice this, the upper part of the Earth's surface, there is soil layer, is pedosphere. Pedon means soil. Hope all of you remember the words that I'm using. Pedon, pedosphere. Okay, so pedosphere. Pedosphere means soil. Because all life exists where? On soil. Plants, animals, for example. We are all living where? On the soil. So pedosphere. Pedon means soil. Okay. This part also you remember. I'll highlight it in different color. Here. Pedosphere. Okay. So notice that the layer above the upper part of the water, correct, interacting with the atmosphere, we call it as aquasphere. Aqua. I'll write in blue color. This is aqua. Aqua means water. Aquasphere. This is aqua. Where from the water evaporates into the atmosphere, correct? So the surface of the water, where we have abundant water, which interacts with the surrounding environment, is aquasphere. Aqua itself means water. Okay. So you can notice troposphere, pedosphere, aquasphere, biosphere. All this together is what we call it as ecosphere. Ecosphere. Now you know the word ecosphere is a very broad term. It will encompass everything that we have. That is the reason I equated it to our planet Earth, because everything is happening where? On planet Earth. So if you are unable to see, I'll write here, because I should have written a big diagram. Aquasphere. Okay. Because hydrosphere is a very broad term. It encompasses ice also. Correct. So aquasphere is that part where we have life, which supports life. So first word is clear now. Ecosphere. Now let's come back to that this one. See here. biosphere also I have explained. So on the earth, what has happened? Different places have different climate. So based on that, certain evolution have taken place. Different species have evolved. Those are called as ecoregions or ecorealms. Ecorealms are those regions where we have common evolutionary history with the same evolutionary history. For example, you can notice this. Earth is divided into 8 ecorealms. This is the entire world map, and it is divided into 8 parts. 8 parts. All those places which have same evolutionary history. Evolutionary history means same type of species are found. Those are grouped into one. For example, Palearctic. This is Palearctic, including most of the Eurasian plate, part of North Africa also. All this is one Palearctic realm. Indomalaya is one realm because India and all these regions came together from Gondwana and joined Eurasia. This is one type of ecorealm. Australasia, Oceania is one type of ecorealm. Then Afrotropical, this part of Africa is one type of ecorealm. Means here you can find same type of species here, which is different from this. Here Nearctic, Neotropical. Why the word ne? Ne means what? New. Why the word new has been used? Because these two continents were earlier part of here. During plate tectonics, they have separated from North America, separated from Europe. South America is separated from Africa. Correct. During the continental drift. As a result, Nearctic, Neotropical. After the continental drift, they came to this location. So the word Neotropical, Nearctic. Okay, see the word. Africa, South America were not here earlier. They were here. Gondwana. They have shifted their place after continental drift in the last 150 million years. Okay, as a result, new, Nearctic, Neotropical. Okay, so how many realms are there? 8 realms. Even this is not there in the regular books. So the world has been divided into 8 parts based on those places with the same evolutionary history. So that is the reason we find African elephants here, which is different from Asiatic elephants. Some speciation has occurred, some deviation has occurred. So that is the reason we find them different. Okay, so we have South America, Central America, we have jaguars, where we have cheetahs. Here we have leopards. Correct. Like that, some separation has taken place here. Speciation has taken place. So all those places with same evolutionary history has been divided into how many realms? 8. These are called as ecoregion or ecorealm. Please write the word next word. Ecorealm. Ecorealm or ecoregions. I'll write the word here. Ecorealm or ecoregion. Regions with similar evolutionary history. All those places with same evolutionary history are called as ecorealm or ecoregions. Ne means new. Paleo means old. Because Eurasia was here earlier only, it was here. It has not changed its place. So the word paleo. Paleo means what? Old. Okay. Ne means new. So the word Nearctic, Neotropical. Because most of the North America, you notice, this is cold. So close to the Arctic. As a result, Nearctic. So notice, equator passes through South America. Tropic of Capricorn also. So the word tropical, Neotropical. Because South America, we have equator also. We have Tropic of Capricorn also here. Hope all of you remember that. World Geography class. So the word Neotropical. So these are all places with same type of species can be found. The species found here are different from species here. Species found here are different from species here. That is where we are doing a mistake. We are trying to shift one endangered species from one place to another. That is when we have a convention, CITES. Convention on endangered species ka, let's say, trade. So convention on, for example, we have another convention, Rotterdam Convention also, which talks about how one species should not be shifted to other. Okay, trade in endangered species ke bare mein. We'll discuss that also. So 2 conventions we are going to discuss. So for example, African cheetahs, we are shifting to India now. That has become an issue. Remember, shifting cheetahs from Namibia, South Africa to India. Correct. So like that. So most of the species from different parts of the world have been shifted to places like Vantara, like or zoos around the world. Not only Vantara, zoos around the world. That is also comes under CITES convention. Okay. So please remember now, as of now, the words. What are ecoregions or ecorealms? These are regions with similar evolutionary history, common evolutionary history. Okay. So how many of them are there? 8. Please write 8 names. You write 8 ecorealms. Palearctic, first one, Indomalaya. So if you go to our Himalayas, Himalayan region, we have, you can notice this Himalaya part here. Our entire Himalayan part comes under Palearctic also, Indomalaya also. That is the region we have so much biodiversity here. Okay, so many species converging on that region. So Indomalaya. Then Australasia. For example, this is the region where we have separate set of species different from this. For example, marsupials. Marsupials are basically mammals which give birth to underdeveloped young ones, where after giving birth the baby grows in the pouch of the mother and then comes out, like kangaroo, wombats, koala bear. All these species are found only here, marsupials, which give birth to underdeveloped young ones. Correct. Once giving birth, it grows in the pouch of the mother and then comes out. That species are found only here. They are not found here or here. So that is the line that separates here. So you can see Australasian and Indo-Malayan regions are separated by this line. This is called as Wallace line, given by Alfred Russel Wallace. I told you, Alfred Russel Wallace was the one who gave this. He is the one who gave the ecorealms of the world. He divided world into 8 parts. This line is popularly called as Wallace line. I'll show you in the atlas. They'll ask, where is Wallace line? They'll ask. So Wallace line is the line that separates Indo-Malaya from Australasian ecorealm. So Oceania is one separate. Please write oceanic. I'll write the numbers so that you can copy. First one, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Antarctica is 8th. Some authors use the word biorealm or biogeographic realm also. Biogeographic realm. Okay, biogeographic realm, ecorealm are the same words. Who gave this? Alfred Russel Wallace. So please remember, 8 realms we have. So these boundaries you notice, Allah. These boundaries you notice. These are called as ecocline. Ecocline. So the lines of gradual transition from one realm to another are called as ecocline. Ecoclines are those boundaries basically where there is gradual transformation from one biogeographic realm to another. Okay, these boundaries are showing ecocline. ECO. The boundaries between two biogeographic realms are called as ecocline, where there is transformation from one ecoregion to another, where the species found here do not cross over to other side. Even if it crosses over, it will not find the suitable, let's say, abiotic factors to sustain. So they migrates back. It migrates back. So as a result, most of the species found only here. For example, if you notice this Wallace line, this is the line very close to the islands here of Indonesia. There is an island called Bali this side. Another island called Lombok. Let's say this is Bali and this side is Lombok. The line goes like this. So the birds which nest here do not cross over to that side because their diet is not found here. Food is not found here. So they remain in this habitat itself. The birds which are acclimatize here, they don't cross over to other side. Even if they fly, they migrate back because their food is found here. As a result, these lines show kind of clear demarcation between two biogeographic realms. So if you notice, this valence line is a very popular line. Alfred Russel Wallace took almost 5 years to demarcate this line, studying the flora and fauna of this area and flora and fauna of this area, because the plants found here on this side is different from plants found this side. Species found here are different from species found here. So it's a very popular line, Wallace line. Since he did most of the work here, his name is given as Wallace line. Remember this. Okay, I'll show you the photos of this place and this place, both, as we progress into the class. You'll see the plants here totally different from here, whereas the distance is just 50 kilometers. In just 50 kilometers, so much transition can be found. So what is ecocline? Ecoclines are zones of transition from one ecoregion to another, where there is a gradual transformation of ecosystems from here to here. This kind of a boundary. Like, remember plate boundaries we used to discuss in geography. Similarly, in environment, we have ecoclines as boundaries. Boundaries where we can find some difference on either side. Just like plate boundaries, we have eco boundaries called as ecocline. Please remember this, ecocline. So there is a reason when we are building something here, let's say Arunachal Pradesh, building a dam in Arunachal Pradesh, that is the reason it became controversial. Because the dam is like Dibang Dam, is sitting exactly on that boundary, Indo-Malaya and Palearctic. Constructing a dam will submerge forests of this region, endangering all the species here in this area. That is the reason when the dam construction started, everybody objected to it. So if you know this information, the UPSC is also going to ask you this. Why this dam is so controversial? Because it is sitting on a boundary between two ecoregions where a lot of diversity can be found here. Kind of an edge effect. I'll show you what is edge effect, edge species and all we'll discuss now. Okay, so we'll talk about that particularly. How many realms are there? 8. Who gave it? Alfred Russel Wallace. All those places with same evolutionary history where one particular species can be found are called as realm. Okay, so next word is also clear. See, where is that? This word. Ecoregion, ecorealm is clear. Biosphere is clear. Okay, these 3 words clear now. Come to the word biome. Biome. I think already we have mentioned the word biome. Frederick Edward Clements, who gave the word biome. Places with same climate to which flora and fauna are associated is biome. Okay, like forest biome, we have desert biome, grassland biome. Correct, we have different types of biomes. So those areas have specific climate to which certain flora and fauna are associated. I'll show you a diagram for biome also. Okay, I'll give you the PDF, don't worry. Okay, so notice this. This is tropical, temperate, subpolar, polar. Remember, we have divided Earth into so many zones, climatic zones: equatorial, tropical, subtropical, temperate, subpolar, polar. Just like that we have seen. So this shows the dryness. That side there is more rain, more water. This side no water. Temperature very low, temperature very high. So notice the triangle how it shows. Here temperature also very high, dryness also very high. So desert we get. Hot dry desert. Hot dry desert. Because temperatures are high, no moisture, obviously plants can't die. Plants can't survive. Only some plants will grow here. Xerophytes, cactus, succulents will grow here. Correct. So as a result, you can see very less biomass. Notice the word biomass I'm using. Very less. But as you come toward this area, temperature also high, more water also. Soil moisture is very high. So as a result, evergreen forest we have. Equatorial evergreen vegetation like that. So each place has a climate according to which plants and animals can be found. So the word biome can be used like this. Here you notice very cold, very dry, cold and dry. So polar conditions. Cold desert. I used to use the word cold desert. Arctic, Antarctic are cold desert. Alpine, remember mountains, upper part of the mountain is also cold desert. Ladakh, for example. Himalayas, for example, like that. So this you can notice. Another word is tundra. Remember tundra near the Arctic Circle, Antarctic Circle, where the snow will melt in summer. Correct, marshy condition. That is tundra. Okay, so each and every place on earth has certain climate. According to that, flora and fauna can be seen. Okay, so that is biome. So this we'll discuss separately. Each and every word will come. This part is clear now. Ecosystem also, interaction between biotic and abiotic components. Okay, how plants, animals, humans interact with their surrounding abiotic factors is called as ecosystem. Okay. Next, come to another word, community. When we use the word community, population, individual species. Okay, let's start with the individual species. Any particular creature, organism which can interbreed and give birth to a fertile offspring is called as a species. Species is a word we use to any organism which can interbreed. Interbreed means it can breed, mate, and give birth to a fertile offspring, which can in turn breed and give birth to a fertile offspring. Such an individual creature is called as a species. The group of similar species found in a habitat, population. Let's say we are all human population here. Correct. Similarly, animals, correct, of that area found at a particular time is called as population. All the organisms, both flora and fauna in that particular region is called as a community. So starting from an individual species, correct, which can interbreed and give birth to a fertile offspring is called as a species, individual species. The group of similar species is called as population. The group of all organisms in that area, both flora and fauna, is called as a community. So today we are all living as a community here. All organisms, plants you can see, animals you can see, reptiles you can see, humans you can see, that is a community. If you take snakes, only snakes, population. Individual snake you take, king cobra, that is individual species. Okay, write a definition for a species first. Where should I write? I'll write here. So all of you know what is ecosystem also. Then we have come to, what is this? Okay. Population, species. Write species first. Organism which can interbreed and give birth to an fertile offspring is known as a species, which can interbreed and give birth to a fertile offspring. So group of similar species, in a habitat is called as a population. Correct. Okay. What is population? Group of similar species found in a habitat at a particular time is called as a population. Because why I am using the word at a particular time? Because we all have a lifespan, Allah. We all have a lifespan. We are not immortal, correct? We all have a lifespan at a particular point of time. Is called as a population. Group of similar species in a habitat. See, we have covered ecosystem, individual population, community, all populations together, flora and fauna. All population of flora and fauna interacting with each other is called as community. So this is where we can talk about food chain, food web at the community level. Correct. Food chain talks about how matter and energy is transferred from one species to another. Correct. It's a linear link of organisms as to which organism consumes which. Correct. At the community level, we can talk about how food chain and food web, they're all connected. So we'll discuss that separately after all this. So all of you know what is a community now. So all species of that area, both flora and fauna, even bacteria, everything together, it's called as a community. In next topic, I'll discuss about 5 kingdoms: Monera, Protista, fungi, plants, animals, like this. 5 kingdoms. All of them come here as a community. As a community, we have everything, all of them. Individual things you take, population. Individual organism you take, species. Okay. Every species has a habitat in which it can be found. Place where a particular species is found is called as a habitat. Please write next word. Habitat is a word we use for a place where a species can be found. Can be normally found. So normally you can now notice like certain animals are living in a habitat, forest for example. Sometimes they move to a different habitat. Okay, so normally where a particular species is normally found is called as a habitat. Okay, so within the habitat there are certain places where a particular species are normally found. Ecotope. Within the habitat, a particular place where a species is always found, that is called as ecotope. I'll give you an example. Let's say if I ask you where do you live here, you'll say some PG's name. That is your habitat. In that PG, there is a room allotted to you, or you have a house here, that is your habitat. Within that, there is a room, correct, where you live always, that is ecotope. Ecotope is a place where a species is always found. Particular species can be found. That is ecotope. Tope means place. Place in the habitat. Please write. Place in the habitat. Place in the habitat. Where a species can be always found. Correct. So within the habitat, you have a room, dedicated place. Within that room, you have a place. Correct. You have a bed, you have a table where you study, where you sleep. Correct. So that is biotope. Within that, within a room also, you are sharing with your friends. Let's say your bed is here, another bed is there. Correct. You are sharing. Bio, where a particular organism is always seen. Okay. So that is biotope. So habitat is a larger place, bigger building. Ecotope is a room. Within that room, you are always found there. Biotope. Okay, where organism can be seen. Similarly, if you go to a forest is a habitat. In that forest, there are so many ranges where a particular organisms can be found. Like tigers are territorial. Correct. One male tiger will have a huge boundary for itself, and it will every day it will go around the boundary, monitoring it. If some other tiger enters, there will be a fight because that male tiger will be monitoring that entire territory. They are territorial, highly territorial. Within that territory, there are so many small female tigers also. Correct. That is biotope of those species. There. Other organisms can also be found in that territory, like elephants, deers, sambars, all that can be found. Like that, every species has its own place. If you go there, there is some small pond or water hole. If the safari driver will go and stop, he will say the tiger will come here only. So every morning, evening, the tiger will be there. So he knows that place where the species will come for drinking water. Biotope. So where the resources are more, like water, food is available, species are normally found there. So that is biotope. So try to understand this from your room point of view. Habitat is the building. Okay. Inside that you have a room. Inside the room also you have a place where you spend most of the time. Okay. So don't you think there will be some friction between you and your roommates always for resources, for the right bed, right chair, right place, for water you compete? Correct. There is some zone of tension, ecotone. Next word. the zone of tension between two species of the same habitat, between same species, correct, you and your roommate, there is some kind of friction, right, for something or the other. Okay, let's say you're in your home, you and your siblings, there is some fight for TV remote or for something, you are fighting for food, for place, that is ecotone, tension, zone of tension, zone of tension, because you're all sharing resources. When we share resources, there'll be some scope for friction, some tension there, always there. So that zone of tension between species of the habitat is called as ecotone. Ecotope is a place. Zone of tension that exists between two species is called as ecotone. So you might have seen that in your home because you have grown up with your siblings. There is always that friction, correct? Even for attention, you have your mother's attention or father's attention. Also, you have some correct friction there. So you'll be waiting. The other sibling should get married and go out. I'll occupy this place. And correct. You'll be saying that. So that is what the zone of tension that exists in the habitat. Correct. That is ecotone, zone of tension. So see, we are going one by one. Habitat, and every species has a role. Today you have a role. What is your role? You have to study, you have to get through, get a job, get settled in life. That is your role. Niche, role of a species. Every species has a role to perform. You might say, sir, what is the role of elephant? Poor animal, you are giving it a job now. Yes, it has a job. So what does elephants do? They are herbivores. They eat a lot of plants, trees, seeds, and when they go around, they defecate, spread the seeds to newer areas to grow more forest. That is their job. That is the reason elephants are called as the foresters. Foresters, because they help us in regrowing plants in new areas. Because when they eat fruits, seeds, leaves, correct, a lot of seeds, undigested seed comes down in their feces. So when they go migrate, correct, those droppings, elephant droppings, it will be very fertile also, seeds also. That will give birth to a new plant somewhere else. That's how the forest started growing around the world. So you might ask, sir, what is the role of a bat? Bat has a role. Bats also eat fruits. So they also fly. So they fly and drop those seeds everywhere. So there is a reason they are called as flying foresters. Bat has a role. What is the role of a tiger? Tiger has a role. Tiger takes care of its entire territory. By protecting one tiger, you are protecting indirectly the entire territory also. Why did we made it as a national animal? Till 1972, lion was our national animal. Did you know that? Lion was also our national animal till 1972. Then 1973 onwards, tigers became national animal. So tigers were given this credit because they were spread across the country. One, lions were in only specific state, Gujarat. So tigers were found across the country. One, plus tigers are territorial and they are large carnivore. They are the top of the food chain. One tiger consumes so many other herbivores every year. So they keep the herbivore population in check. They maintain the ecological balance. So the tiger also has a territory. So if you take care of one territory, imagine if you are protecting one male tiger, you are protecting its territory. Indirectly means what? You are protecting the forest. You are protecting other herbivores. You are protecting the soil, water, minerals also, rocks also. So that is the reason tigers are called as keystone species. Those species which are very important for the habitat. Correct. Without which the habitat destruction takes place are called as keystone species. You understand the word keystone? It's very important. Let's say in your family there will be one person called as keystone. Very important. It can be a grandmother normally or a mother, father, correct? Who's a very prominent member of the family who decides everything. So keystone species is there. So every habitat will have a keystone species. In most of our habitat, tigers have taken the place. So the reason tigers are national animal. Okay, not because it looks nice, beautiful, correct? It has good stripes on it, no. Okay. So habitat mein which species plays a very key role? KEY, keystone. Okay. So what is a niche means? The role of a species. Please write. Ecological niche. Next word is, it's a very interesting topic. What is the word? Niche I am writing here. Ecological niche is the word they normally give. Okay. For example, you are doing something. So you have a passion. I'll say identify your passion or niche. Work on it. you will succeed. Correct. Normally we use the word, have you noticed that? Let's say you are a singer. I'll say, identify your niche. Which, within singing, which one you're good at? Classical, something like that. Work on it. You might become popular like that. So niche is a word we use in other context also. So in ecological, niche means a role of a species. Please write. Role of a species. Role of a species in its habitat. Role of a species in its habitat. Normally you notice this. When you are at home, let's say you're in your home, your parents expect you to do something every day. Let's say as soon as you wake up, you have to clean up your bed first, go to the shop, get newspaper, milk. Some work is there. Without telling you also, you will be doing that. Naturally, you will be going and helping your mother in the kitchen. That is your role. Understood that you have to do it. Because that's how they have told you right from the beginning. So every species knows what is its role. Even if you become IAS also, you'll go home, you'll be washing utensils there. Correct. So that is, role is fixed. You'll be taking care of your parents even then. Correct. That will not go. That is naturally is there. Correct. Na? That is called as niche. Role of a species in its habitat. Okay. So understand these words. Because so many words, everybody thinks that what is this word? Ecotope, biotope. Some words are new. Many of you might have not heard of it earlier. So now that should be clear. Starting from the word ecosphere. Within ecosphere, we had ecorealm, biogeographic realm. Within that, we have this biosphere. Biosphere, ecosystem. Within a biosphere, we could have written biome also here. I'll write biome here. Biome. Within biomes, we have many ecosystem. Within ecosystem, we have community. Within community, we have population. Within population, we have species. Within species, every species has a habitat, which can be found in a particular place, ecotope. Exact place, biotope. Biotope. Finally, ecotone, the tension between two species in the habitat. Then role. So few more words are there. Let's first few set of words I have mentioned. So please try to understand that image. Where is that image? This should be clear now. See how it goes. Till that. So wherever there is zone of tension, let's say I'll tell you about that now. Between two species. We'll come to this. We'll come to this. See here. So notice this is the forest ecosystem, grassland ecosystem, and you can see here gradually the forest ecosystem is giving rise to grassland, and further it goes into desert this side. So this transition you can notice here. Forest, then this is grassland, further desert this side. So what are the abiotic factors here? Abiotic factors here, temperature is high, rainfall also high. So because of very high soil moisture, you can see abundant biomass. So as you go this side, rainfall is decreasing. Rainfall is decreasing, soil moisture decreases. What happens when soil moisture decreases? Lesser plants. You can see the height of those species also comes down. You can see gradual transition into grassland. Further out, grasses are basically herbs. So herbaceous vegetation can be seen. Small herbs will be there. After that, very dry condition, no moisture at all. Very dry desert. So this is a transition you can see. But if you notice this forest to grassland transition, you can see lot of resources from the forest and grassland both are available here. So here you can see lot of species here. From the forest also will come here. From the grassland species also will come here. So this is called as edge effect. This is called as edge effect. Edge of the one ecosystem, one biome when it comes to another biome here. So that is called as edge effect. And lot of species can be found here. It is called as edge species. Edge species. So please remember this. What is edge effect? When it comes to, this is the zone of tension. This area is called as ecotone. This is called as ecotone because there is some friction here between the species of this area as well as from this. What are they competing for? Resources. They are competing for resources here. Okay. So you can see grasses here. Lot of herbivore will come here. So followed by carnivores like this. So as a result, here there will be a lot of tension between different species. So such zone of tensions are called as ecotone. And this is a region where we can find most of the species. So the name edge species, EDGE, I'll write the spelling. Edge species. Edge species. Okay. Because of availability of resources. What resources are we talking about? Water, for example. Fresh grasses, fresh pasture, for example. Because grazing leads to what? Growth of new pasture here. That also available here. As a result, many species can be found here. Similarly, land and water. Land transitioning into water. Correct. You can see a lot of organisms will be living there because availability of water as a resource. So that is called as edge effect. You might have seen a lot of animals like reptiles, crocodiles. They come to the shore, lakes on the shore. Correct. Imagine this is water now. Crocodiles here, they come to the shore, lakes. But other organisms here will steal the eggs here. So there is some competition between them here. So as a result, that interaction between two species in that habitat is what we call as edge interaction. Edge interaction. Edge interaction. Different species interact, compete for resources. Resources. Common resources are found here. So as a result, this resource attracts species from both the areas, which they compete here. So many words I'm going to use in future also, like keystone I use. I'll be giving the list of species, such names, like keystone species is there, umbrella species is there, foundation species is there. Like that, so many words are there. So that I'll introduce it to you in the next class. Because now in this part, I'm going to give you only the basics related to ecology environment. Okay, I'll clear this. I'll go to the next page. So when it comes to, see here, ecosystem, I told you biotic and abiotic components. Try to notice this. Already we know abiotic components, but we'll quickly take a look. Quickly take a look. But you notice the biotic components, all 5 kingdoms I told you. Monera, Protista, fungi, plants, animals, they're all biotic components. Okay. Abiotic components include sunlight that we have discussed, insolation. Remember sunlight? Temperature, air temperature we have discussed, water we have discussed, wind we have discussed, land, rocks, minerals, soil, all these are abiotic. Remember soil class? Full length class we have done, almost 2 hours class of soil. Indian soil also we have done. Okay. So these components are from geography, abiotic components that you have to revise and come. Otherwise, I'll have to spend some time here also. But I'll tell you some topics which are related to environment you need to know. For example, temperature, I'll tell you about that. Water, I'll talk about that now. These components I'll mention. This interaction between biotic and abiotic component is called as ecosystem. Okay, this interaction. So notice the second word here. Where is that? Notice the second word, system here. First 3 letters is clear. Eco means home. See the word system. What is system? System is set of interconnected component. Set of interconnected component which functions as a whole unit. For example, human body may, we have so many organs. We have all these organs are connected to arteries and veins, correct? Through arteries and veins. So if you notice this, all of them together has to function. Then only you can function as a system. Can I keep my brain and come here? No. So it's one unit, right? So all the organs of the body here have to work in coordination with each other. Then only that system will function. Otherwise, it will fail. Just like that computer system, you notice so many input and output devices connected to motherboard processors inside. They all have to work together. If I remove processor, will it work? No, it will fail. So system is a set of interconnected component. You might ask, sir, what is that connecting them? Power, bus cable, power and bus. Just like we have arteries and veins connecting all of them here. Correct. Similarly, economic system also. All this together functions as a unit. That is called a system. So understand the words system. System is set of interconnected components which function as a whole. Okay. So please write the word ecosystem. First word is clear. System is set of interconnected components. Word by word you understand. So now you'll ask, sir, what is this connection between biotic and abiotic components? Correct. That is energy and matter. There is energy and matter. So let me go back. Please notice this. Like we have written sunlight. Sunlight. Sunlight is a source of energy, right? Energy is unidirectional, so I have written one arrow mark. Whereas rocks, minerals, soil we have. Minerals, soil, rock, water, all these are the abiotic components. This is matter. Matter is cyclic. So I have written two arrow marks, you can notice. Energy is unidirectional, matter is cyclic. So we have nitrogen cycle, carbon cycle, phosphorus cycle, sulfur cycle, connecting biotic components to abiotic component. Just like how bus cable connects all the components of the computer system, we have these two connecting energy and matter, connecting biotic and abiotic components. So this interaction between biotic and abiotic component through exchange of energy and matter is called as ecosystem. Ecosystem. So please remember now new definition now. Ecosystem is the interaction between biotic and abiotic component. Okay, they are connected through energy and matter. Okay, so please remember. So we are going to discuss various cycles. Nitrogen cycle we are going to discuss to explain this. Carbon cycle we are going to discuss. We are going to explain rock cycle. Remember rock cycle? Water cycle. Some of this we have discussed in geography. Water cycle we have discussed evaporation, transpiration, sublimation, condensation, precipitation. We have discussed water cycle. Igneous, sedimentary, metamorphic cycles we have discussed. Some of this already we have discussed. Nitrogen, carbon, sulfur, phosphorus we'll discuss. So that is the reason these cycles are called as biogeochemical cycles. Bio means life because living organisms are involved. Geo means earth. Abiotic components are involved. Chemical. This interaction is called as biogeochemical cycle. See the components here. Bio means biotic components. Geo means abiotic components here. Then the interaction between them, the exchange of nutrients between them is called as biogeochemical cycle. We'll discuss this separately. Don't worry. We'll talk about reservoir pool, exchange pool, how the nutrient exchange takes place. Okay. I'm just giving you introduction to topic called ecosystem. Okay, I'll also write this quickly. So if you have not written, please mention. Just write some plants, animals, humans this side, sunlight, mineral, rocks that side. Just write these two words, energy and matter. Done. You just have to mention this, energy and matter, that's it. But make sure you remember this, energy is unidirectional in environment because whatever energy we receive from the sun, correct, is unidirectional, one way. Whereas matter is, we are exchanging. with surrounding components. Okay. That matter exchange takes place through these cycles. Nitrogen, carbon cycles here. Biogeochemical cycles help us in exchanging matter. Can you go to the next slide? Done. Because I have to write this. This is very important. So see this now. Ecosystem, we have natural ecosystem, anthropogenic or man-made ecosystem. What is man-made ecosystem? Like say the garden, you have farms, aquarium. That is man-made ecosystem. It's correct. Anthropogenic. Anthropogenic ecosystem. The farms we have created, agricultural land. Correct. The garden you have around your house. Correct. Those are all man-made. In natural, we have terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem. Aquatic. Because majority of the earth's surface is under water, 71%. Only 29% is land. In aquatic, we have marine ecosystem, the largest. Marine is a word we use for oceans and seas. Marine. Because majority of the world's water is in oceans and seas. So that is marine ecosystem. So which is the largest ecosystem? Marine. Oceans and seas, marine ecosystem. Then comes freshwater ecosystem. Freshwater means it can be glacier. Okay. Remember cryosphere? Cryosphere, remember the regions of Earth with sub-zero temperature, minus temperature. Cryosphere, Arctic, Antarctic, polar. That is also comes under this. Okay. Cryosystem, we call it as. All those regions where we have ice and glaciers, they also cryo ecosystem, they call it as. Cryo ecosystem. Because we have certain fauna here. Flora is absent, correct. Polar regions may, plants are absent. Correct, we don't have large plants. Antarctica is a continent without a single tree, I used to tell you. No trees there, Antarctica may. Correct. In Arctic region also no major trees. Only small grasses, mosses we have. Tundra region may. So all that comes in cryo ecosystem. So cryo ecosystem applies to cold regions where we have certain species acclimatized to that. Polar bear in Arctic. Penguins in Antarctica. Correct. Those species are also comes under cryo ecosystem. So we have groundwater below the surface. Below the ground also we have groundwater. Within that also we have certain bacteria. Bacteria, archaea found. So that is also groundwater, right? Groundwater. Remember, nearly 69% of fresh water is ice. 30% is groundwater. Remember the circle I used to give you, the pie chart? 3 circles I used to give you, like a waterfall we did. That ice and groundwater. Okay. Aquifer. Within the ground also we have certain organisms living in soil moisture as well as in the groundwater. Aquifer ecosystems, we call it as, which is found below the surface. Many of these words, many of you might have not have heard of earlier. Cryo ecosystem, many of you don't know. Cryosphere, you know. Cryo ecosystem also we have. Okay. Aquifer ecosystems we have, where we have certain bacteria living below. Not major organism, but some organisms living below. That is called as aquifer ecosystem. Okay. Remember I was talking about permafrost. Permafrost, permanently frozen subsoil. That comes under this cryo ecosystem. Then groundwater, aquifer ecosystem. Then we have lakes. Remember lakes, Lakes are the largest now when it comes to the accessible water. So lakes may water is what? Sluggish. It is not flowing, sluggish. So lentic ecosystem. Lentic ecosystem. The ecosystem related to lakes is called as what? I'll tell you, this itself becomes a question in your exam. What is lentic ecosystem? Correct. Lentic is what? Means sluggish. Standing water. Iska matlab. Wherever the water is sluggish, we use the word lentic. Lentic ecosystem. Okay. Rivers, flowing water. Lotic ecosystem. River ecosystems are called as lotic. Lotic means motion, flowing water. I'll challenge you. This will become a question. What is lotic ecosystem? Lotic ecosystem are those ecosystems related to flowing water. Streams, rivers. Streams and rivers. Lake ecosystem like Caspian Sea, Dead Sea. Correct. That is called as lentic ecosystem. Related to standing water. Okay. Groundwater mein aquifer ecosystem. Ice glaciers, cryosphere. Because in our Himalayas, if you go on top of the Himalayas, we get snow leopards. Snow leopards, cold areas mein comes under this. Cryo ecosystem. Okay. Marine ecosystem is related to oceans and seas. Oceans and seas. Here I am going to discuss corals, coral polyps, coral reefs we are going to discuss. Okay. All that comes here. Organisms. In our oceanography class, I have divided our coastal areas into littoral, neritic, pelagic. Those ecosystems are part of this. Pelagic ecosystem, neritic ecosystem, you might have heard of. Littoral ecosystem, those are all marine ecosystems. Littoral ecosystem means shore of the water between high tide, low tide. Neritic ecosystem, remember the shallow water zone. We have done this words in oceanography class. Pelagic is deep water zone. Pelagic ecosystem. UPSC will use the word pelagic, then you should know, okay, they are talking about marine ecosystem, oceans ke bare mein. Pelagic is further divided into epipelagic, mesopelagic, bathyal, abyssal, hadal. So many zones of the ocean also I have done. So I request you to go through your geography notes quickly. Because I am going to start, when I start the ecosystem class, that is tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I'll start from this. This is the largest. Oceans we'll discuss first. Organisms in the oceans we'll study first. Then we'll come to freshwater ecosystem. Then we'll come towards land. Terrestrial is only just 29%. Okay. As we come this side, part of land and water, all of you notice this. Both land and water. It's called as wetland. Wetland ecosystems. Land that is saturated with water. There is land also, water also. So that is called as intermediate ecosystem. What is intermediate? Between two. What is intermediate? In between two. Because there is land also, water also. Remember wetlands, I used to tell you, wetlands contain land first. Above that there will be water. So it is containing both water also, land also. So this kind of ecosystems are called as palustrine ecosystem. UPSC will not use the word wetland, they will use the word palustrine. Palus means marshy, swamp. Okay, palustrine ecosystem. Palustrine ecosystems are those ecosystems related to swamps and marshes. Means wetlands in simple. Even this also I explained. Marsh means grasses, swamp means trees, woody plants in water. That also I have shown you the photos also. Swamp means trees will be there, water will be there below. Marsh means water and some grasses growing. So I have shown you those pictures. So wetland ecosystem are called as palustrine ecosystem. Okay, see this word palustrine. Many of you might have not heard of this word. Correct. Many of the words I am using, these are all basics. Basic words say sub. Lentic, lotic. That itself is a question in most exams. Whatever I have done in the first class itself is question in most of the exams. May environment related would they'll ask what is ecotone, tope. So now you don't have to confuse. Tope, P is there, T-O-P, place. Tone, tension, N is there, T and N both. Remember that word. I have given you a room example. You always remember that now. Every time you go, that's habitat. Your room is ecotope. The bed you sleep is biotope, where you spend. That tension you have with your roommate is ecotone. Now you know. You can talk about ecotone with your roommate now. Okay, the zone of tension that exists. Why you fight? Correct. So what is the Palestine ecosystem? You know. Then terrestrial. Finally, terra means land. Land. Correct. So the word terrestrial ecosystem. Within this terrestrial ecosystem, we have forest, grassland, desert. Correct. All that comes here. So various biomes we are going to discuss here. Biomes. Because on land we have different places with different climate. According to the climate, we can see some flora and fauna. So the biomes word we are using will apply to terrestrial ecosystems because different places have different climate. So we'll study. So different biomes of the world we are going to study. Clear? So next we'll go to the slide. Right? Huh? Okay, we have another class. But my class is 10:30. Next class. I have time. Your next class is what time? 9:30. Okay. Oh, I think your class is like jam packed for the first batch, I think. Okay. Okay, let me complete this at least. See, there are 40 more slides. Only 40. We are in 18 now. So at least, so I was supposed to talk about this also. Plant cell and all. Another half an hour we'll finish this. Okay, we'll stop now. So we are to discuss photosynthesis and all. Ecotone. Eco means, you know, this kind of ecosystem we are talking about, environment. Tone means tension. Between two interfering biomes or two ecosystems, the zone of tension is called as ecotone. Zone of tension, T-O-N-E. T-O-N, that is tension, you remember. Any form of tension that exists between two species in a particular habitat for resources, that is ecotone. Between forest biome and grassland and desert biome. So many species will be coming close to the fringe. So there will be some tension. That is called as ecotone. Okay, we'll discuss that. A lot of terms will be there. Don't worry. So first, please write two terms we are going to discuss: autecology and syncology. Okay. So here you can notice a particular species I've taken up here, like a black buck. Okay, and how the particular organism evolves in its habitat, how it behaves, how it interacts with the surrounding environment, its, let's say, food that it consumes, the habitat it involves, the role it plays, how it mates, all that we study in autecology. So autecology is about species ecology. When we study a particular species and its habitat as well as how it interacts with the surrounding environment, that is called as autecology or species ecology, where we concentrate on one particular species. It is its habitat, its food, its breeding pattern, its mating pattern, as well as the overall the ecosystem that it inhabits. That is autecology. When you take larger organisms, all organisms, you can notice that there are different species here. Correct. You can see a zebra there, black buck there, ostrich there. Correct. You can see all these species are interacting with each other as a community. They are interacting with flora also here. That is community ecology. So when we take the entire community as such, how all the organisms in a habitat interact with each other as well as with the surrounding environment is called as community ecology or syncology. Please write now. Autecology and syncology. Ecology, all of you know, study of ecosystem. Simple. Okay. In that, we have two types. One is species ecology, where we concentrate on individual species, and other one we concentrate on the entire community as such, where all organisms, how they interact and how they interact with their abiotic factor. That is syncology. I'll write that on the board also. Now you just have seen this. You don't have to worry about the theory, what I've given. Any of the PDF you will get. So for now, you just concentrate on the concept. Also called as species ecology. Other one is syncology. Okay, or synecology. Some pronounce it as synecology or syncology. Okay, either way we can pronounce. This is called as community ecology. So please remember two types. In this, we concentrate on a particular species as such. Any particular species, you take elephant or you take tiger, any species, its habitat. We start with its habitat. We concentrate on its growth, how it grows, its lifespan, correct? How it breeds, how it feeds, correct? Its feeding pattern, everything we concentrate on. Its behavior, we concentrate on the behavior of the species also. Behavior, correct? Every organism has a particular set of behavior, stress behavior as well as normal behavior, all that we study. That is species ecology. Okay, we concentrate on particular a single species, any particular species, whether it's elephant or tiger or any, even plants also, for example. Okay, in general. So whereas sign ecology, okay, or community ecology concentrates on community of species, community of various species. Various species, how they interact with each other, interaction with each other, as well as with their surrounding environment, with various abiotic factors. Interaction with surrounding environment. Means flora and fauna in general. We are taking entire community. Community means the larger aspect, including all flora and all fauna. All flora, fauna. That is sign ecology. Okay. So ecology has two parts. This also they will ask. Not ecology and sign ecology. So we are still in the basics. We are not gone into the depths of environment actually. We are still in the vocabulary part. Usually it takes today and tomorrow also, 3-4 days for studying and only vocabulary part. Okay. Okay. Can I go to the next page? So in environment, don't worry about the ecotone. See here in entire community, for example, we have flora, fauna, everything, right? So there'll be always some competition within them. Among the fauna itself, different species of fauna you take, there will be some competition between them, right? Because all of us are inhabiting the same habitat. Let's say we are all in the same place. You're all fighting for resources like chair, best spot to sit in the class. That is also kind of zone of tension there. Just like that, in any habitat, so a lot of species will be inhabiting the same place. They'll all use same resources. Now, what is the same resource? Water is the same resource, which is crucial, and it is very scarce. In nature, water is not available everywhere. So species compete for that. Food is not available everywhere. It's very scarce. So they compete for that food. For mate also they compete. Correct. One male fighting with the other male. Correct. So as a result, that is also type of ecotone, zone of tension. Not only for food, correct, for water as well as for mate selection also they compete. That is ecotone. There is some competition. For example, among flora also, plants, different plant species also, they compete for space. For example, one plant growing, when it sheds leaves, seeds, those plants leaves and seeds fall on the soil, decompose, releasing certain oxides called sticky oxides. Certain chemicals they release. These chemicals prevent the germination of other plants. Correct. So that way they prevent competition at all. Means another competition should not be there. Only that plant should germinate and grow. Again, it will shed leaves, seeds that will decompose. Correct. And then what it does? It will prevent competition from other species there in the soil. So the same plant will germinate again. So it will only support its species. It will not support the other species there. You got it? So allelopathy we call this. Allelopathy. Allelopathy is a practice by so many species of plants where they cut off competition from other species. They only support their own species. You got it. That is the reason you see one eucalyptus tree, one huge eucalyptus tree. Around that only eucalyptus plants will grow. It will not allow even Parthenium to grow there in that area. For example, pine, deodar. If you see one pine tree, there will be hundreds of pine trees. So that is reason certain species of plant only support their own species for germination. It will cut off competition from other species. So they release certain chemicals called allelochemicals in the soil. We call it as allelochemicals in general to cut off competition from other species. So that is when one plant grows means same type of plant start growing. So other species can't grow at all. So in plants also they have this behavior. Animals also they have this behavior. Okay, so that kind of competition exists. That ecotone what we are discussing comes under community ecology. Food chain, food web, correct? All that will come in community ecology. If you are concentrating one species, yesterday I was talking about tiger, why tigers are let's say keystone species. That is species ecology. Tigers are territorial, I was saying. They are top of the food chain. All that we discussed was species ecology, like that. So when we discuss topics, both will come together. So as a result, community ecology, species ecology are two parts. Okay. Next, in environment, we have two philosophies. That will also be discussed. Before that, I'll discuss one more. One is environmental determinism. Other one is possibilism. Environmental determinism and possibilism. There are two philosophies we have. Okay. So here in environmental determinism, we consider nature as superior to man. Nature is an active agent here. Where in possibilism, man is an active agent. Okay. So here man becomes passive here. In this, nature becomes passive agent here. There's two philosophies. First you write, then I'll explain. Environmental determinism. See the word environmental determinism. Means environment determines human action. Every step we do in our life, correct, is determined by environment. If environment agrees, we proceed. Otherwise, we have to recorrect our course. Okay. Environment determines human action. Where nature is active, man is passive. That means man has to obey the laws of the nature. In this, the rule is man should obey. Man should obey the laws of the nature, the commands of the nature. Laws and commands of the nature. This philosophy is very popular philosophy. That means we should obey. Correct. So you might have seen a lot of things that we are doing. We are building infrastructure and all. Suddenly one landslide, everything is gone. So nature knows where to keep us. It shows us our place. Every time we do something, one thing or the other happens and we are all back to zero, ground zero. Again we have to reconstruct. Wherever we disobey, nature knows how to teach us a lesson. So that philosophy is called as environmental determinism. So this will restrict us and help us obey and live in synchronization with nature. Means sustainable lifestyle it will develop. Whereas other philosophy is possibilism, that is everything is possible to man. Man is an intelligent species. He can control nature. Where nature is passive, man is active. We don't have to listen to nature. That philosophy is possibilism. Possibilism is a kind of philosophy where man is considered as an active agent, where man can do anything possible to him. So everything is possible for man. Philosophy is everything is possible. So this is another philosophy to man. Everything is possible to man because man has technology, man has tools. With the help of that, he can tame nature. What is tame means? To control. Man can tame nature. This philosophy is also there. Man can tame means control nature. So this is kind of a capitalist philosophy. Means everything we can do, whatever we want, we can change the way we want. Okay. So environmental determinism is a kind of philosophy where we have to obey. So we have to be in the ambit of that rules. We can't exceed that. So there are certain rules set by nature. If we obey that, nature will allow us to survive. Okay. So that is kind of synchronization with nature. Whereas possibilism going against nature in this possibilism. So remember, environmental determinism, environmental possibilism. Almost all philosophers, like Indian geographers, early Indian geographers, ancient Indian geographers, Greek scholars, Romans, Arabs, all these scholars supported environmental determinism. They all said nature has its own way of teaching man a lesson. So we have to obey that. Okay. Whereas new set of philosophy, now 20th century, especially with the advent of industrial revolution, where mass production, agriculture production took place, industrial production took place, where we had all the resources available to us. So man thought we can do everything we want. We can disobey nature. But every now and then when disaster strikes, hazard happens, correct, nature will push us back to stop somewhere. So that is how possibilism has evolved. So two philosophies, environmental determinism, other one is possibilism. Okay, these two philosophies led to another philosophy called deep and shallow ecology. This led to deep and shallow ecology. So Norwegian philosopher Arne Næss is a Norwegian philosopher who gave the terms shallow and deep ecology. So what we practicing now, as of now, correct, is kind of shallow philosophy, shallow ecology we are doing, where human-centered approach we are taking. For example, if you see a tree, you will think of furniture. Correct? You don't think it as a habitat for wildlife, as shade, it provides fruits for us. We don't think about the natural aspect of it. We think, okay, you see red sanders. Oh, red sanders is very popular in Andhra Pradesh, Nalamala range. You think of South Korea and China and Japan, where you can export, make money. Pushpa, you know that. That is the kind of philosophy we have. You see a animal, let's say a hen, you see, oh, chicken. So you can make like that. Do you think that is all? Everything you think is from human perspective, where that philosophy you should understand before we dive into environment. You should understand the philosophies first. Here, what is happening? You are thinking everything from human approach. If it is beneficial, then it is good for us. So that is human-centered approach. Anthropocentrism, we call it as, where we consider everything from the human perspective. Okay, that is shallow ecology. That is why we are utilizing everything possible. Correct. You see a forest, we are trying to generate revenue from it through tourism, ecotourism. We are sending tourists, correct, wildlife photographers from across the world. They are giving us revenue. So we are thinking from money perspective there. All that is what? Instrumental purpose we are using them. Animals, oh, tiger is good looking, so we can post it as our national animal. We'll get more tourists. Correct. We can promote lion and get more tourists to see lions. What is the use? Natural perspective of the animal we are not taking into account. We are thinking everything from economic perspective. That is instrumental in nature. So we are using all, in case if there is pollution that is taking place, we only give some regulatory measures, small measures we take, and then we continue. For example, air pollution. Are we finding a permanent solution to it? No. We are showing temporary solutions here and there. For example, Delhi pollution. What they are doing, they are installing smog towers. We are trying cloud shading. All that methods are what? Temporary, na? Technical, na? We are giving only technical solutions to it. Regulatory measures to it. We are not giving permanent solution at all. So in shallow ecology, we only use everything from human perspective. Every other species is for human use. That attitude is shallow ecology. That most of us follow this. Correct? We think everything from our perspective. It is beneficial, it is for us. Whereas in deep ecology, he promoted deep ecology. That means from nature perspective. Ecocentrism, he promoted. Where he said, every species is just like humans. They have evolved before us. Think about it. We all have evolved recently. Whereas all the plant species, animal species have evolved before us. They have more right than us. He said, those species have more right than us. Just because we are intelligent, just because we have ability to make tools, that doesn't make us different. We are all part of the same kingdom. Correct? We are all part of the same earth. So we should treat them equal. Correct? If here we are treating ourselves as superior, we are man. Everything is food for us. Everything is resource for us here. But in deep ecology, he says no. Nature itself has a value, intrinsic value it has. You treat it with respect because it has its own value. These species have evolved before us, so you have to coexist. Coexist. Sustainable lifestyle that we have to practice. We should not think that exploitation nature. This is exploitation nature. We are trying to exploit them. But here, mutual coexistence. What is mutual coexistence? Live and let live. Correct. That type of philosophy is this. Most of our ancient cultures promoted this. For example, you read Buddhism, Jainism, Jain philosophies, early Hindu philosophies and all. They promoted deep ecology philosophy. Only then, now he is giving a term for it. Now they are giving a term for it. Please do this and that. Otherwise, you see tribes, most of the tribes around the world, they have basic lifestyle. They don't have dreams like IAS banna hai, MLA, MP banna hai. No, they don't have that. They have a basic lifestyle. They whatever food resource they have, they consume and they survive in their habitat. They have their own culture, custom, they practice. Minimalistic lifestyle. Minimalistic. I'm not saying don't do anything. Have a minimalistic lifestyle. That philosophy he gave. Deep ecology. Now it is becoming very popular in Europe. So that is the reason most of the Europeans are now thinking of very simple lifestyle now. So this is already there in India. Both philosophies we already have. Nothing new. So only thing is he's giving the term for it. Please write. Arnenius, Norwegian scholar who gave two philosophies, shallow and deep. So write down quickly. Deep ecology will come in mains. So this is the essay topic. Shallow ecology and deep ecology will be an essay topic. So PDF will be there. Okay, whatever PDF is there, you can download and take it in your pen drive if you have. Okay, or I'll ask them to transfer. But notes is very important. Why? Because when you write, there is something when you can read. Every time you can't open the PDF. But whatever classes we have done, it should be on the paper also. So shallow ecology, deep ecology. Norwegian scholar gave this philosophy. Okay. Just quickly write. Yeah, this box you write. So notice all the poaching takes place. Correct. Illegal logging, timber logging we are doing, sand mining we are doing. Everything is for from economical perspective we are thinking. So take a look at our lifestyle also. Correct. So most of the things that we are doing are from our own perspective. We don't think about the harm caused to the nature. We don't think of the harm caused to the animal there. So we just think about our own well-being. That is shallow. When we start thinking about other species also, yeah, they are also part of our environment. We should protect them. That is deep ecology. Okay. Right fast. So these two philosophies you should know, deep and shallow, environmental determinism and possibilism. Later classes it will be easy for us. Whenever I say deep ecology, then you'll understand. Think about the zoo, zoological park, botanical gardens. What are we doing here? Shallow ecology. Means we are taking certain set of plants into a botanical garden. Correct. We are rearing them. Correct. So from that we are trying to generate revenue. I agree. We are conserving them also, but it doesn't. From that we are trying to earn revenue as well. Whereas in deep ecology, all that is not allowed. Only thing is you have to survive and let other species also survive without interference. Okay, without any type of interference. If you notice carefully, in most of the forest, like Nalamala forest range itself, what forest department will be doing? Most of the places they are planting teak. Why are they planting only teak? So that wood we can use. Correct. That we should not. We should allow all species of plants to coexist. Native plants, whatever native plants are there. So otherwise, like that is deep ecology. If all species are given a chance, whereas in shallow ecology, we are selecting certain species of plants, like sandalwood. We are growing sandalwoods now because it's valuable. We can export it. That is what shallow ecology. So a lot of examples we can take. Okay, I think enough now. Leave some space. If you're not done, leave some space. Later you can write. Okay, I'll go to the next slide now. So environmental possibilism. So environmental determinism, possibilism we have covered. Shallow and deep ecology we have covered. Okay. Now coming to this image again. So here we are going to discuss biotic components and abiotic components now. First we'll discuss this, all these abiotic components first. Then we'll come to biotic components. Okay. So in various abiotic components, I'm not going to mention geography. I'm going to mention something different from what we already have studied in geography. Okay. So various abiotic factors are what? Sunlight. Correct. Notice sun is a source of energy. Already you know. Sun is our mother star, parent star, source of light and heat energy. All life forms require sunlight. So sunlight is very crucial for our own existence. For example, we get vitamin D from exposing ourselves to sunlight. In our class, I was telling you, UVB radiation falls on our skin. Remember, I used to tell you. So in epidermis, we have 7-DHC, I told you, 7-dehydrocholesterol. So when sunlight falls on it, it changes into vitamin D. So our skin naturally synthesizes vitamin D when it is exposed to sunlight. So like that, plants require sunlight for photosynthesis. Bacteria require sunlight for photosynthesis. Like this, sun is very crucial. Sunlight is very crucial for all life form. So already you know what is insolation, incoming solar radiation. Once the earth absorbs it, it sends out the radiation called as terrestrial radiation. Okay, so both these regulates our temperature. Along with the greenhouse gases, the insolation and terrestrial radiation regulate the temperature of the earth. So notice this now. So sunlight, source of so notice this, we'll come to this. So notice this please. The temperature of a place depends upon which latitude we are in, which latitude where we are living. Correct? All of you know equator, tropics, subtropics, temperate and poles. So depending upon the amount of insolation, the insolation depends upon distance between sun and earth, in which latitude we are living, which height, altitude we are living, seasons of the year, summer, winter, spring, autumn, then albedo. Remember reflectivity. So temperature of the place depends upon all these factors. So notice places close to equator. Here near equator, the amount of insolation received is also high. Humidity is also high. All those plant species which require higher temperature and higher humidity are called as megatherm. I'm equating that geography to environment now. So all those plant species which require higher temperature and higher humidity, animals which require higher temperature and higher humidity are called as megatherm. Megatherms are those species close to equator because humidity is also high, temperature is also high, moderately high. That is called as megatherm. So here we get evergreen vegetation. Most of the plants do shed leaves, but in different time of the year. So they appear green throughout the year. So as a result, evergreen rainforest we get. So there are certain plants and animals which can survive in very high temperature, extremely high temperature. They are called as hyperthermophiles. Hyper means very high. Thermo means heat. Hyperthermophile, here you can see the word here. Hypothermophiles are those species of plants and animals which can tolerate extreme heat, extremely high temperature. For example, there is an ant, silver ant of Sahara desert. Sahara silver ant बोलते हैं इसको. That Sahara silver ant can live even in temperatures of 60-65 degrees Celsius. In that heat also it can survive. Those are called as hyperthermophiles. Okay, so there is so many species called, let's say there is a species called water bear. Water bear, I'll show you that. Very weird looking species that can survive in extreme temperatures, even 120 degrees Celsius of heat, and also near radiation sites, nuclear radiation sites also it can survive. Okay, so those kind of species we have. Those are called as hyperthermophiles, where there are extreme conditions also some species will be there. Bacteria can survive. Okay, there is a worm called Pompeii worm. Pompeii is a place in Italy. The Mount Vesuvius volcanic eruption caused extreme heat. In that heat, it survives. So it's called as Pompeii worm. Pompeii worm is also a type of hyperthermophile. So all these species can survive in extreme conditions. They are hypothermophile. In moderate heat, high heat and humidity, megatherms. As we move away, we can see temperatures will fluctuate. Summer temperatures are hot, winter temperatures are cooler. Those species which can tolerate those variations, mesotherm. Most of the plants outside here are mesotherms. Most of the species outside here, those are all comes under the word mesotherm. Deciduous plants basically. Deciduous plants are those plants which shed leaves during dry season or in winter. Those are called as mesotherms. Then further as you go here into temperate regions, temperatures decrease. Those plants which can survive in lower temperatures, slightly lower, 0 to 14 or 0 to 10 microtherm. Less than 10 degrees Celsius temperature also they can tolerate. Conifers, for example, coniferous plants, they're microtherm. Further as you go towards polar, very cold, extremely cold conditions, some animals survive that. Echistotherms. See the word. Echistotherms are those plants and animals which can survive in extremely low conditions, like mosses, lichens can survive. That is echistotherms. Okay, write a small diagram circle, write the names quickly. So depending upon the temperature variation also, some species have acclimatized to those changes, adapted. These are all kind of adaptations. So we are discussing abiotic factor. Heading is abiotic factors. In that we are discussing temperature first. First abiotic factor, temperature. I just need these terms in your notes, that's it. I'll only write the definitions here. Megatherms, high temperature, high humidity, means high rainfall condition they can survive. Meso, moderate. Moderate heat, moderate rainfall. Micro, cool, lower temperatures. Okay. Ecosystem, very low, cold. Okay. Like this we can classify habitats. Depending upon the place, different species can be found. That is the reason we can't bring a species from here and keep it here. So I'll tell you one incident. Green anacondas. Green anacondas are very popular in Sri Lanka. You know anacondas. Anacondas live in this habitat. Megatherms. Very high temperature, high humidity. So what Mysore Zoo did, they made an exchange, animal exchange program with Sri Lanka, and they bought green anacondas from Sri Lanka. 5 green anacondas they bought. So they kept it in the zoo in high temperature, humidity. So they in turn they gave them tiger, animal exchange program. So after few days, what happened? They started dying because we can't maintain that condition here, na. Can you maintain that condition artificially inside the zoo, inside the room? We can't. So they started dying. So I was like 15, 16 years old. So when they bought that, we went there to Mysore Zoo because anaconda. We thought anaconda will be so huge. You have seen the movie Anaconda. Same time that movie was released, Anaconda. So we thought it will kill everyone in our city. Come out of the zoo and kill. So we went to see that. So slowly we started seeing that die. So then we realized, okay, we can't introduce a species into a new habitat. Correct. It will gradually die. So just write the words mega. Mega means high. High temperature, high humidity. Okay, because in equator we have high humidity. Remember, we have discussed all this. Why we get rain, convectional rain near equator. All that kind of geographical concepts is over. Mesothum is moderate temperature. Means summers are hot, winters are cold slightly. So that kind of changes. Plants can adopt deciduous. In cool conditions, they can survive. Conifers, I have written here, you can notice. Conifers. In polar regions, extremely low conditions, tundra. We call it as tundra. Hyperthermopiles are those species which can survive extremely high, very high temperature. Silver ant, for example. Saharan silver ant, Pompey. In volcanoes, we get this worm. So they call it as Pompey worm. Pompey is a place in Italy, near Mount Vesuvius, near a volcano. Okay. And another one is water bear. I'll show you this water bear. It's a very unique species, water bears. Nobody would have seen that till now. Okay. I'll just open a web page. Give me 1 second. I'll write down first. 30 grade only. Water bears are 30 grades. Tardigrades. Very unique. Done? Can I clear this? Okay. We'll see this now. I'll clear this page because I have to go to the next page, web page, and I have to clear. Only one will see. So water bears. This one. These are tardigrades. Water bears. Yes. This is like nearly 0.5 mm to 1 mm size. Very small. See how it looks. Yes, yes, yes. Means like very microscopic organism, very small. So in that microscope, it looks like this. Saharan silver ants. So this one, it can tolerate extreme heat. I'm saying like 80 degrees sometimes also. Silver ant. Okay. So hyperthermopile. How they are arranged? Robert Whittaker. Robert Harding Whittaker. You might have heard of this person. Robert Harding Whittaker in the year 1969, he gave 5 kingdom classification for all life. All life on earth, he gave 5 kingdom classification. Robert Harding Whittaker, his name is. He's a plant ecologist from US. Okay. So what he did, I'll tell you. So he divided the entire organisms on earth into five types of species, five types of kingdoms. Okay. Based on what basis he has done this? Based on first one, basic cell structure, based on whether it is eukaryotic or prokaryotic. That was the first basis. Second, body structure, body organization, whether it is multicellular or unicellular. Body organization, unicellular or multicellular. Third, mode of nutrition. Mode of nutrition. What type of nutrition it takes. Okay. First is based on cell structure, whether they are prokaryotic or eukaryotic. Next was based on body organization. Okay, multicellular or unicellular. Then last was mode of nutrition. Based on this, he divided into 5 kingdoms. Okay, first I'll talk about one by one. We'll come with. Okay, so I'll write first one, prokaryotic. In prokaryotics, we have first one, Monera, Monera kingdom. First one. Okay, so this includes bacteria, correct? Archaea, all this unicellular. Basically, these are all unicellular species. Basically, prokaryotic. These are okay. Archaea and bacteria examples. See what type of cell structure? Prokaryotic means before nucleus. What type of body organization? Unicellular. That is first one, Monera. I'll underline this. Next, rest of them are all eukaryotics. Rest of the 4 kingdoms come under eukaryotic, means true nucleus, having membrane bound nucleus and organelles. That is eukaryotics. In this, I'll write first one in this, protesta or protest. Okay, first in this eukaryotic. So these are also unicellular, but eukaryotic in nature. Unicellular only, but eukaryotic in nature. When it comes to the body organization, please wait, you'll understand. Example, amoeba, correct? So algae, all algae we have, brown algae, blue green algae, and all are basically protista. We have paramecium. I'm talking about 8th standard biology, sorry, 6th standard biology. Okay, so all these are protozoans, protozoa. These are all protista, unicellular eukaryotics. These are most basic eukaryotics we have. Single cells, they are all are single cells, but they have nucleus, proper well developed organelles and all. So the word eukaryotes. Okay. I'll give the examples also. What is important also I'll tell you. Please wait. Next, in this, fungi. Fungi. Okay. So this is the next one. Eukaryotes. Okay. In this fungi we have first one, yeast. We have mushrooms and molds. These are basic. Okay, I'll write same colors I'll use so that there is some uniformity. Yeast. We have mushroom, molds. These are all fungi. Okay. Why I have written separate yeast, separate these two separate? Because yeast is unicellular. Okay, unicellular. This one, unicellular. These are multicellular. Mushroom and molds are multicellular. Yeast I have written separate because it is unicellular. Okay. Fungi. I'll tell you the importance now one by one. Which is important I'll tell you because there are so many set of bacteria. So lactobacillus. Correct, you might have heard of lactobacillus. So that is what gives us curd, yogurt and all. It is our national microbe. We have a national microbe, just like we have national animal, national aquatic animal. We have a national microbe called lactobacillus. Okay, so please remember this. Bacteria one bacteria you have to remember, lactobacillus. Lactobacillus bulgaris. I'll show you that. Wait. Bulgaricus or bulgaris. This one. This was selected as our national microbe in the year 2012. In the year 2012, this was declared as a national microbe. Okay, so please remember this. This first one you have to remember. Okay, among the protesta, you have to remember amoeba. Recently, brain-eating amoeba was in news. Brain-eating amoeba, like Kerala. So it inhabits warm ponds, lakes, hot springs, those kind of pools, stagnant waters, not rivers, not rivers. Only in the stagnant waters may we have this amoeba. Okay, so which is considered to be deadly for our central nervous system and brain. Okay, so this is in news. Amoeba. Okay, brain eating amoeba. Okay, I'll show you that. I'll write the name. Naegleri fowleri. This is a species of amoeba. This is a species of amoeba, subspecies of amoeba, which is called as the brain eating amoeba. Naegleri fowleri is a scientific name. Naegleri fowleri is a scientific name of the amoeba, which causes a lot of damage, even death. Okay, primary amoebic meningoencephalitis is a infection. All right, primary amoebic, okay, meningoencephalitis is a disease, brain disease. PAM, we call it as PAM. Exact word will come in the exam. I'm telling you, I'm challenging you this. 2026 paper. Definitely it will come. Why? Because that is a happening news. Non-communicable disease. Okay. So it means only you come in contact with the amoeba. That too in kind of stagnant pools. It might enter your body through nose mostly. So that is the reason you should never get into non-chlorinated pool. What is non-chlorinated pool? Where there is no chlorine. Chlorine can disinfect water. Your swimming pool is best place to swim. If you see some lake, you see some pond, if you jump into it, that means you are dead. Yes, that is how now things are changing nowadays. You have to have a lot of caution because you and your friends, you want to show them the swimming skills and all, you jump. Very nice video for Instagram reel, but after that it starts the next day. So that is the reason, if you notice carefully, across Kerala, Karnataka, we have been asked not to get into any water body, even waterfalls ke niche there will be a pool, plunge pool there also. So this bacteria can thrive in diverse conditions. Sorry, amoeba can thrive in diverse condition, even in near hot springs also. Once it gets in, means we are done within 1 to few days. So like very high fever, headache, nausea, everything will start. So primary amoebic meningoencephalitis. Okay, PAM it is called as. So remember only the ones which in current affairs. I am linking it to this topic. That's it. Okay. Lactobacillus bulgaricus is important because it is our national microbe. It helps us in making curd, yogurt, and all. Milk, say. Amoeba was in news because of this. This which species of amoeba? This one, Naegleri fowleri amoeba. Okay. So rest will come across this. Algae and all, I'll tell you. When we talk about blue-green algae, brown algae and all, I'll talk about it. Separate topic. Okay. Now fungi. Fungi may we have mushroom molds. I'll talk about molds. Have you noticed sometimes you bought an onion from the shop? Onion from the shop. Have you noticed some black color on it? That is due to poor storage conditions. Normally, the onions should be stored in aerated conditions in a open basket. Open basket आपको रखना है. So what these people do in the storage or in long term holding in some godowns, they would have closed it. So molds develop. Aspergillus बोलते हैं उसको. Molds, aspergillus. Aspergillus is a type of mold that develops on onions mostly. which is dangerous for your liver as well as for your lungs. These aspergillus, once you found on the skin, what do we normally do? Correct, common people, they peel the outer layer, then they see some lines, aspergillus growth, that also they remove, they wash and consume it. For healthy individual, nothing will happen. For already pre-existing conditions you have, lung infection you have, then it is deadly. So any time you notice that kind of aspergillus, make sure you discard it. Discard it. And also always store onions where? Open, aerated basket, open basket. Correct. Don't go home and keep the onions in the fridge. That is even dangerous. Okay. So keep it outside in aerated condition. Okay. So that is aspergillus is what? It's a type of mold. Mold that develops on onions. Why am I giving this kind of real example? Because that is what UPSC asks. Some real thing around us, they link it to the concept. Yeast, for example. Yeast is what? Fungi, unicellular. It is very, very important for making bread. Baking bread, fermenting alcohol, wine, liquor, beer and all we make from yeast only. Insulin, we make insulin from yeast. Correct? Insulin also. And some probiotics we use a lot. We use yeast for making those. Insulin also, let's say our body we have insulin, correct? Insulin is a hormone secreted by pancreas. Insulin is a hormone secreted by pancreas. Insulin helps the cell to absorb the sugar in the blood. Blood sugar absorption ke liye insulin is required. Insulin is the key to the cell. Only when it opens the key, the blood sugar can enter the cell. That's like a door key. So insulin is basically secreted by our pancreas. It's a hormone secreted by pancreas. It is a cell ka key hai wo. Once the insulin comes in contact with the cell, so it allows the blood sugar to enter the cell, which can perform other functions or which can store the sugar in for later use. Okay. So sometimes what happens? Our pancreas won't produce sufficient insulin. What happens then? No sufficient insulin means what? So obviously the blood sugar will not be able to be absorbed by the cells. That is what diabetes is, type 1 diabetes. When our body is unable to produce sufficient insulin. Okay. So type 2 is when insulin is there, but cells are not accepting it. Cells are saying this key is not allowed. Bring some other key anta. Correct. You have two set of keys, you are trying which key anta, like that. So insulin is not accepted by the cell. That is cell resistance. Body resistance we call it as type 2 diabetes. That's it. Simple words I have told you. Okay. So remember. So what we do, the insulin secreting gene what we do, you put it in the yeast, because yeast is also unicellular. Insulin secreting gene from the humans, we take it and put it into the yeast. So that produces insulin. That we take, then we use it for humans. This is what DNA engineering is, genetic engineering is. Taking the insulin gene from humans and putting it to the yeast. So that will secrete insulin now for us. So using that, we give it to the humans as an insulin shot. Remember, some people take insulin shot. That is made from yeast only. Majority, 90% of the insulins human consume now, external for type 1 diabetes, comes from the yeast. You got it? So this is how it works. So that is then, so we should not develop. Type 1 diabetes is somehow okay, but type 2 diabetes is dangerous, where your body starts resisting insulin. So blood sugar increases. Blood sugar increases, it affects your eye first, nerves, then other organs. Okay. So I'm just telling you from other perspective, because all this we are going to discuss diabetes when we come to later classes. Diseases. There is a class on diseases. Last topics before we complete. So different types of diseases we have. So there we'll discuss that. So I'm now only telling you how yeast helps us in fermenting liquor, wine, beer and all, and for making bread, for making certain probiotics, and for making insulin. Okay, that is fungi, this part. Okay, so next to our, let's say, plant, plants, animalia. animalia. Last two. Simple words, plants and animals. Plants and animals. Plantae and animalia. If you don't like, you just write plants and animals. That's it. Okay. These are all multicellular, correct? Both are multicellular eukaryotics. Multicellular eukaryotics. Only difference is plant cells, okay, they have cell wall. Animal cells without cell wall. Correct. Animal cells do not have cell wall. Plant cells have cell wall. Both are multicellular. Cell structure, you know. Body organization, you know. Now, mode of nutrition. Animals, all animals are heterotrophs. 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 Means they depend upon other species for food. Plants are autotrophs. They produce their own nutrition. Autotrophs. Plants, all plants are autotrophs. They produce their own food. Certain types of plants are there which trap certain organisms that I'll tell you later, separate topic. So autotrophs, plants produce their own food. Whereas fungi, here, they are saprophytes. Saprophytes means they depend upon other organisms, decomposing organic matter. They are heterotrophic and saprotrophic. Heterotrophic and saprotrophic. I'll write in white. Hetero means they depend upon other species for nutrition. Saprophytes. Sapro means decomposing organic matter. Saprotrophs means they derive nutrition from dead organisms, decomposing other organic matter. Saprophytic. Okay. Saprophytes. Saprotrophs. Protista. They are autotrophs. Some are autotrophs. For example, algae. Blue-green algae and all are autotrophs. Some are heterotrophs. Okay. They are autotrophs also. In most environment class, they will not talk about cells. They will only talk about national park, wildlife sanctuary. Okay. This also. They are autotrophs. Autotrophs. Bacteria. Correct? Bacteria are autotrophs capable of producing their own nutrition. So we have divided this into 5 kingdoms based on cell structure, that is prokaryotic, eukaryotic, body organization, multicellular, unicellular, mode of nutrition. Mode of nutrition. Okay. Write down first. Okay. Have you noticed sometimes when it starts raining, you'll get a fragrant smell. Just before the rain, you would notice that. Just before the torrential rain, when the raindrops start falling on the soil, you'll get a fragrant smell. Most of us love that smell. Correct. That is because of a bacteria, actually. Streptomyces. A bacteria called streptomyces. Soil bacteria है ये. Streptomyces is basically a soil bacteria found in the soil. When the raindrops fall on it, there is splash erosion. Remember, I was talking about splash erosion. When the raindrops fall on the water, suddenly the soil particles will splash. Then these streptomyces bacteria will release that smell into the air. Correct. So the wind will carry it. So we get that fragrant smell. Streptomyces. Okay. So smell of the earth, we call it as. So this smell is popularly called as petrichor, French word. Petra is rock. Petrichor. 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 They might ask, the smell of the soil we get is known as petrichor. What is petrichor? They can ask. Petrichor is the smell of the soil that we get when it rains. When it rains. Remember the pronunciation, petrichor or petrichor. Which French pronunciation is petrichor. R silent. Don't say petrichor anta. Okay, you pronounce it as petrichor. Petrichor. Okay. Streptomyces. Okay, streptomyces is the bacteria that is responsible for the smell of the earth. So one company is there in UP. What they are doing? They are collecting that soil and they are making fragrance out of it. They are selling that in a bottle now, perfumes now. A soil smell they are selling. It's like selling like hotcake and it's very expensive, most expensive perfume now. So they have made it a business. So the name is Petrichor. Perfume brand is Petrichor now. Okay, so just remember. So remember, first is 5 kingdoms mein we have Monera, Protista, fungi, plantae, animalia. So mode of nutrition also we have written. Cell structure we have written. Unicellular, multicellular we have written. Okay. So slight differences wherever there is some difference also we have mentioned. Now you should know, okay, which species comes in which. When I say bacteria, you should know we're talking about this. Archaea. Archaea is one of the earliest species. It evolved in Archean era. One of the earliest bacteria were this. Cyanobacteria. Okay. Cyanobacteria we call it as. So one of the earliest bacteria species that evolved on Earth. Initially, everything started from this here. Slowly other species evolved gradually. Okay. In animals, I'll classify into vertebrates, invertebrates. Next. Plants, vascular, non-vascular. That is again sub-classification. I'll continue next. Plant kingdom, I will show you. Animal kingdom, that itself is a one separate class. In plant kingdom, we'll have vascular, non-vascular. Again, vascular may we have like angiosperm, gymnosperm, like that will continue. Flowering, non-flowering. Okay, that is separate. We'll discuss. So remember this. First is the cell structure we have. Okay. Next, so domain, all of you know domain. Whether it is prokaryotic or eukaryotic is the domain. Then kingdoms. Kingdom, we have discussed these two now. Correct. All species on earth can be divided into two domains, prokaryotic, eukaryotic. Kingdoms 5. Okay, we have two domains, prokaryotic and eukaryotic. True cell before cell, true nucleus before nucleus. Kingdoms 5 we have discussed. Next, under this comes phylum. Okay, phylum, class, order. Within that comes family. Then within that comes genus or genera. Last one is species. Like this we have. This also they'll ask as a question. So kingdoms are further divided into phylum. Phylum is divided into class, then order. Order has suborder. Okay, family has subfamily. Okay, but main thing I'm writing. So this itself is a question in most exams because many students can't remember this. They're asking this. Actually, these are all very basic level questions, and UPSC is playing in that level now. They're giving you certain set of species. They're asking which of them is what. Classification wise, they're asking. You see last year's paper. Correct. They're asking some set of organisms and they're asking its classification. Okay. So domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Okay. So let's talk about one of the example. Domain, let's talk about humans. We come under eukaryotic. We are all eukaryotic, correct? Kingdom, we are all animals. Animalia, animal kingdom. We come under animal kingdom, correct? Phylum, vertebrates. We are all vertebrates, correct? Chordata. Chordata means this backbone. One with chordata, that is vertebrates. Okay. Order. One second. Class. Mammalia. Mammals. We are all mammals. We have others, correct, vertebrates like reptiles, amphibians, birds, fish. We have among this class. We are all mammals. Mammals are animals which give birth, live birth to young ones, and have mammary glands to feed the young ones. So that is mammalia. We are all mammals. Okay. Phylum, class, order, primate. We all are primates. Primates. Family, ape family. Ape. Apes. Apes, we have chimpanzees, we have orangutans, we have gorilla, we have bonobos, we have, correct. All these are apes basically. So many are there. Monkeys, see primates mein we have, I'll tell you, monkeys bhi hai isme, and apes. What is the difference between monkey and ape? Monkeys have tails, apes don't have. Do you have a tail? No. So you're ape. Okay. Correct. You got it. Apes, that is the main difference. Other differences are there. The cranial capacity, skull capacity. Correct. All that changes here between them. Jaw line structure, all that. So for now, apes we'll think about. We are apes. So phylum, class, order, family, genus. Finally, hominidae. Hominidae. Because from chimpanzees, we slowly evolved into Civipithecus, Ramapithecus, Australopithecus africanus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, Homo, hominidae. Finally, species, we are sapiens. Sapiens. So, whenever you are asked which species you are, Homo sapiens, you should say. First, these two words you have to say. Whenever we write any scientific names, we write genus and species. Genera and species we write. Okay. So, this is always written with capital H. First letter is always capital in this. In this, we should not write anything in capital, all small. Means we are all Homo sapiens. So, you should write like this. The second word is always small letters. Second letters are all small. In the first word, first letter should be capital. So that is the scientific way of writing the scientific names. So that is the reason amoeba I wrote. Naegleri, fowlery I told. Naegleri, fowlery, one of the examples I took. Lactobacillus bulgaricus I wrote. First lactobacillus, L, capital. Next bulgaricus, small. So scientific names how to write, I'm telling you. Okay, I know this is not required. We are going to read up, but future UPSC, you know how they are. Whoever is not doing what, that only they'll ask. Correct. Which topic we leave, that comes in the paper. I have noticed that always. Okay. So as a result, it's better to cover from the basics. From the scratch we are going. First abiotic factors we covered. Biotic components we are covering. Cell structure we are covering. So then slowly we are going into scientific names. How to give the scientific names now. Okay. So I'll give you one more example, two more examples for this. Clear? How the names have to be written. So we all are eukaryotics, animalia, animals. We are with backbone, vertebrate. Mammals, we are all primates, and order, family, apes, genus, hominidae or Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, then species. So we are all evolving slowly, correct? Don't you think? We have evolved up to here. So slowly our offsprings are more capable. They can adapt to new changes. You call it as Gen Z or whatever you are calling it as. So they are more capable to survive in these conditions. we are finding ourselves difficult, correct? I'm sorry, I should be talking about myself. You're all in this generation only. So like when we notice the younger generations now, we feel that they are more active, more adaptable to the changing conditions than us. Our ancestors, our forefathers, they were finding it more difficult to adjust to these conditions now. Correct? Huh? So we are all evolving into a new species called Homo Deus. So soon, man is going to become a next species called Homo Deus. They're going to ask, what is Homo Deus? They'll ask. Okay, what happened? Yes, yeah. Homo Deus. You remember. So we are all slowly evolving into a new species now. Certain things that we had are slowly getting redundant now. Okay, Homo Deus is the next human species that is going to evolve. Just like us, even other species are evolving. Don't think that we all came on the first day of the earth formation. We are all slowly evolved. We have all slowly evolved. We are all byproducts of 4.5 billion years of evolution. We are all byproducts of 4.5 billion years of evolution. Okay. Slowly we all have come here in this stage. So soon we are going to change further. Okay. Certain features we had as apes are now decreasing. For example, apes have a lot of body hair. That is decreasing in us. Profuse body hair apes have. So that is less. Jawline structure in apes, like projected jaw was there. Now jaw is retracting backwards. Jawline is different. Correct. This ridge you can see between two eyebrows. Correct. That is decreasing now among us. Lot of things are changing in us compared to apes. Okay. So we'll take one more example. Where is that? This you can see Robert Harding Whittaker, 1969. Okay, this only I was discussing now. Classification I have given you. This also we are done. You take one more example now. So eukaryotics domain, kingdom Animalia, phylum Chordata. Again, because this fox I'm talking about, it also has a backbone. Chordata, vertebrate. Class, again, they are also mammals like us. Carnivora. This is where we got separated, you notice. Up to here we were same. Correct. Here became primates. We became primates. They became carnivora. Again, so this is called as deviation, genetic deviation here. You got it. This is where we got separated. Till here we were same. So some genetic deviation took place. So that's how carnivores. Correct. Then family Canidae. Genus Vulpes. Vulpes. Scientific name. Species is Vulpes. Species name is also Vulpes. So scientific name, what do you say? Vulpes. Like that. Okay. So where we got deviated here. From class to order, we got deviated. We became primates. They became carnivora. Okay. Like take rose. All of you have seen rose. Flowering plant. Angiosperm. Correct. So how it got separated? Notice this. First kingdom is domain is eukaryotic domain. Plantae. Angiosperm. Correct. Means covered seed. Correct. Covered seed. Next class dicot. Monocot, dicot. I'll tell you. Cotyledons के बारे में. So these are dicots. Then you can notice order, family, genus, species. Rosa gallica. This is rose. Correct. Next time before you give a rose, you notice the name, scientific name, Rosa gallica. Okay. So in scientific community, botany, zoology people, they talk in that way, that manner. So I would love to present you a Rosa gallica. Only the other botany student will understand. If you are non-botany student, what this fellow is saying, and okay. So slowly you can see all species of plants here. Slowly it is coming down to one species here. Like this. Okay. So this is how the scientific names will be given. So remember next it will come. Soon UPSC will start asking some names also. So then you be ready, mentally ready. Okay. Only once in current affairs. If it comes, you know how to decode it. You know. Food chain. So this was a topic I wanted to do in the first class. We couldn't. So you notice in any community of organisms, okay, community means all types of species, flora, fauna, and all. Correct. So food chain indicates the flow of energy and matter. Correct. Food chain indicates the flow of energy and matter. So it is a linear chain, linear link of organisms, connecting organisms. Correct. Indicating the flow of energy and matter. You notice 3 link, 4 link, 5 link. Correct. 6 link when humans are also involved. 6 link. Food chain can be mentioned here. So what is food chain? Food chain is a linear link of organisms showing the flow of energy and matter. Showing the flow of energy and matter, because these are producers. They produce their own food, autotrophs. So the food chain begins with autotrophs, and slowly other species consume heterotrophs. These are all. When they consume the other species, what happens? What is coming to them? Energy. What is coming to them? Matter. This is a flow of energy and matter. So food chain is a linear link of organisms identifying the flow of energy and matter. In three-link food chain, it is a small food chain. Notice this. There is a corn, rat sheet that in turn the owl picks it up. So these are called as primary consumers. The others these are secondary. Then finally tertiary consumers, like that. So producers, we just use the word producer. You should not say primary producer. That is wrong. Because producers are always primary only. Producers, correct? First only, autotrophs they are. Then other species start consuming. They are called as primary consumers, secondary consumer, tertiary consumers. These are called as apex predators. Final ones, which is in the top of the food chain, are called as apex predators. Man is apex predator. We can eat everything that moves. Correct? So as a result, we are also in that category. Apex predators, tertiary consumer. So flow of energy and matter, correct? So you can notice these plants are more in number. Correct. Biomass also more. So as a result, from here the energy is transferred slowly to other. Once this rat consumes this, what happens? Only certain amount of energy is passed on. When this gets the energy, what happens? The rat also uses the energy for its own metabolism, for let's say breeding, mating, movement, and all. It consumes some energy. Only small amount of energy gets transferred to the next species. Correct us. Gradually, when we go up the food chain in the ecological pyramid, the amount of energy available in the next trophic level is lesser. Just 10% of the previous level. Just the 10% of the previous level is available, because whatever energy this species are getting, they'll be consuming it for various activities, because they all have their own functions. Correct. Their own activities. Running around, playing around, correct, mating, all that, for that requires energy. So the energy available for the next species will be less. That is the reason that limits them. That is the reason number of carnivores, top apex predators will be less. Got it? Why do you think there are less number of where is that? See, why do you think there are less number of tertiary consumers in the top of the pyramid? Number of lions are less. Number of tigers are less. You got it? Carnivores will be less in number. Herbivore primary consumers will be more, because the amount of energy available to the next trophic level is less. So that limits their numbers. Why do you think that number of tigers are less in the habitat? Because of this. Because the amount of energy they are getting is less. So they will not be able to increase in numbers. Correct. Only man is the only apex predator who came out of this food chain because of agriculture, biotechnology, medical technologies के वजह से we are the only apex predator who was capable of coming out of this ecological pyramid and exploding like a bomb. Population explosion. Because of agriculture, because we are capable of producing food, because of medical technology, we have cure for every disease now. So our life expectancy increase. If man was still depend upon other organisms for survival, our numbers also would have been less. So man is the only species which was capable of coming out of this ecological pyramid. So we'll go back now. We'll come to this later. We are still in the food chain. So all of you got food chain now? Flow of energy and matter. 3 link, simple. Very simple food chain. 4 link, 4 species are there here. You can notice. 5 link, Try to notice this: grass, grasshopper; frogs, salamanders eat that; intense snakes, then eagle. So all this together, the network of food chains is called as food web. Food web. Here, all of them together. What is food web? Network. Network of food chain. Many of you might say, sir, this is all very basics, but I have to do it just for sake of completing it. Okay. Because if I don't do it, so after that they will say, sir, food web hi nahi bola. That will happen. So I'm trying to finish it off, that topic. So this is the one. Why am I showing you? Usually in other environment classes, first day only they will show you this. First class only they will show food chain, food web, ecological pyramid, and next class is national park, Ramsar sites. Third class is climate change. Fifth class is end. But we are not doing that. We are going slowly. Okay. So you can notice food web. Network of food chain is food web. This is clear. So we have different food chains. We'll talk about marine food chain now. Oceans in general. So you notice phytoplankton. Marine food chain starts with the phytoplanktons, which are autotrophs, which are capable of producing their own nutrition. They receive sunlight. Photosynthesis takes place. So phytoplankton. Phyto means plants. Then comes zooplanktons, which consume on this. Zooplanktons are consumed by small fish, large fish, other large fish. Finally, orca. This is the killer whale, which is capable of eating all this. This is capable of eating this. This is the called as food chain. Okay, marine food chain again. Okay, marine food chain. Okay. So this is our called as orca or killer whale. This one. So simple. This you'll get the PDF you are going to get. Okay. So you can take this. Soil also you check. Soil. In soil also you can notice below the surface you can see roots. Below the surface you can see plant shoots, roots and all will be there. Organic matter will be there. These organic matter, plants die, animals die, will be slowly decomposed by these bacteria, fungi. They decompose it. They are basically saprophytes. They are basically saprophytes. So they consume this. Other species like nematodes, they eat roots, correct, which are consumed by those other insects in the soil. Correct, you can notice this. Arthropods basically. Then those are consumed by other arthropods, which are slowly picked up by a bird. Like that. This is a soil food web. Okay, you can notice that here. How the species consume one another. This indicates what? Flow of energy and matter. This is happening below the soil. This is called a soil food web. Okay. So there are so many bacteria in the soil. Correct. So nitrogen fixating bacteria and all. Tomorrow's class will be discussing all the process involved in nitrogen cycle. So nitrogen fixing bacteria and all that are present here, they also carry out this process. Okay. So just notice soil web. Okay. Soil food web. So this is again polar food web in the polar regions. So we have included humans also. Remember, Eskimo tribes, they are hunters basically, hunters and gatherers. They also hunt polar bear. They hunt this walrus, seal, sea lion also sometimes, fish and all. So like they are also involved here. So apex predator I have shown. Apex predator. So starting from very basic phytoplankton and zooplankton. It starts from them. You can notice how phytoplankton, zooplankton. Zooplanktons are consumed by other species, which in turn are consumed by small fish, large fish, man, finally, apex predator. So this is all called as marine food web. Okay. So along with man, killer whales are apex predators. You remove man from the equation. This is the apex predator in the water. This killer whale, orca, we call it as. They'll consume all this, walrus also, this also, they'll consume. Okay. Remora. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the time. Some of you have to tell me at time exactly. So we have more topics, another 10 more slides or 7 more slides. Geological time scale. This is the most wonderful topic in entire environment. combining both geography and environment. How we all evolved, how all species evolved. Geological time scale. We'll do it tomorrow. This itself is almost 2 hours. What? Tomorrow we have class. Yes. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. See, make sure you, whatever notes we are doing also you take. PDF also you take. But when you tell or share it with others, please mention our name, institute name and all. Just don't give it to anyone like that. So that is then wherever possible I have mentioned my name also, institute name also. Okay. Okay. Whatever I mentioned, prokaryotic, eukaryotic, I explained in the class. But theory is given here, just in case if you want to know. Because some of the topics I am explaining orally. You can see that here. You can see some birds here, wetland birds, waterfowl we call it as, which live in the water. Okay. So all of you got an idea about how the words are used in plants. When group of plants which are small plants, weak stem, growing, they are called as herbs. Thick stem, strong stem, shrub. Correct. Bushes, when there are multiple shrubs growing in that area, multiple stems, that is bush. So creepers and climbers are weak stem, they need support to grow. If they creep on the surface, creepers. If they climb on the wall or tree, climbers. Okay. So this. Trees are woody plants basically, up to a height of 6 feet and the branching after that. Forest is the dense growth of plants and trees. Clear. Then swamps and marshes. In previous class I have mentioned mesophytes, hydrophytes, mesophytes, xerophytes, helophytes. Notice this. This also you know. Hydrophytes are those plants which live in abundant water, like this. Meso means moderate level of water. Xero means dry. Helophytes, salt tolerant species. Correct? This also we have covered. Saline conditions. These are moderate water. So the word meso. This is excess water. If the plants are growing in excess water, hydrophytes. So number of Ramsar sites are increasing in the country, correct? So I said that a lot of questions might come on match the following on Ramsar sites. We'll discuss that when we come there. Clear now? About plants part is clear. How to classify, how to mention. Now at least you know, okay, what are herbs. Next time you will notice herbs outside with a weak stem. Okay, but standing upright like this. If it is woody, shrub. That's it. Mainly these two are common things we notice. Okay. Saline, mangroves. Mangroves, I told you now, they will secrete salt either in the root level or in the leaf. They excrete. Those plants which can survive in saline conditions are called as halophytes. So I have written here saline. You can notice I have written the word saline. Clear? So this is the major part we have covered. Next comes the biggest, animal kingdom. Okay. So I will not go into the detailed classification. I will just show the image because that itself is 4.5 hours class. Animal kingdom class. Complete classification if we have to cover in one class, it is 4.5 hours, nearly 5 hours class. So as a result, not that much is not required for your exam. So I am just going to show you the pictures first. How it looks like. There was a this one, okay. Now comes the animal kingdom. We are all part of this animal kingdom. Heterotrophs. Correct? Heterotrophs, these are all. I'll mention that. We depend upon other species for our nutrition. That is one. Major part is multicellular, these are all. Correct? Multiple cells. Multicellular. So the word metazoans we call it as. All animals are called as meta because they are multicellular in nature. And how do we consume our nutrition? We first ingest and then digest. Ingest means first chew and eat. We humans, we chew and eat, and then it get digested. Correct? So that is called as ingest. Ingest and then ingest means to eat first, and then it get digested slowly in our gut cavity. Slowly. Correct? So that is ingest. We use the word. So basically we are all heterotrophs. We depend upon other organisms for our nutrition. Hetero means outside. Troph means nutrition. Multicellular. Since we are all multicellular organisms, we are known as metazoans. Okay, basically. This is the question they are asked. Which of the following are called as metazoans? Basically. Okay. So within that, we have so many phylum. Remember, you can notice that here. We come under chordata. This is vertebrate here. Rest is our invertebrates, basically. Major classification is vertebrate and invertebrate. Having chordata, backbone, or without chordata, without backbone. Like that we can classify. Okay. But when we talk about animal kingdom classification, we talk about level of organization of cells. How the cells are organized. In some species like Porifera, I'll show you where is that. Here, Porifera. Basically sponges. There are multicellular, but cells are not organized. There are so many cells together, that's it. Bunch of cells. They are not properly organized into tissues or organs. So as a result, this is one type of species. So based on level of organization of cells, we can classify the animal kingdom. Simple classification I'll write on the board. That is the only thing you remember. Otherwise, reading all this is very difficult. All are multicellularly, but the level of organization, the grade of organization of cells, because some cells are like loosely arranged, loosely aggregated cells. They are sponges. Some cells, similar cells come together to form tissues. Tissues form organs. Organs form organ systems, like we have. We are organ systems we have. Correct? Cells form tissues, similar cells, and similar tissues form organs. Organ systems form. Correct? So like that. So they are arranged. So that's how we can easily identify them. Okay. So I'll write that. I'll go to the next page. I'll write here. Animal kingdom now. Animalia. Okay. Already I told you. Heterotrophs, metazoans. Okay. Based on level, first I'm going to just talk about level of organization of cells. We call it as LOO. Level of organization, grade of organization of cellular arrangement. Okay. In this, first we have parazoa. Okay. Then we have U. U means true. Metazoa. I'll not use much scientific names so that it will be easy for everyone. Metazoa means true metazoans. Okay, basically. So subphylum Parazoa will have only one species called Porifera. Porifera mein the cells are there like this. This is the organism. Let's say cells are arranged like this, but they are loosely aggregated. Loosely aggregated cells. Loosely aggregated cells है इसमें. Porifera means sponges. So this is one classification where we have first is cellular level arrangement, okay, which only contains some cells which are loosely arranged. So they don't form tissues. Okay, only cellular level arrangement here. Next, tissue. These form similar organs. Similar cells form tissues. similar cells form tissues like this. You can see tissue level arrangement is there here. Then that is organs, they'll form organs. Then organ systems. Okay, so tissue level arrangement may we have Coelenterata. Means, have you seen jellyfish, coral polyp, sea anemones? Those are Coelenterata. Okay, Ctenophora, these are all tissue level, set of tissues they have. Okay, cellular arrangement, loosely aggregated sponges, porifera. So if the tissues are there, if you can only see some tissue, they are Coelenterata. It's pronounced as Coelenterata, remember now only. Coelenterata. Okay, also called as Cnidaria. These are jellyfish, coral polyps, those are coming under this category. I'll show you the photos, till then you wait. These are basically kind of jellyfish, sea anemones and coral polyps, tissue level arrangement. Okay. Next, all this comes under organ system, like platyhelminthes, nematodas, annelida, arthropoda, mollusk, chordata. All these are organ system. Platyhelminthes, Ashleyhelminthes or nematodas, annelida, arthropodas, mollusca, chordata. These are all organ systems may arranged. This was the question asked. Now the funny part. So they are asking this question now in the exam. So they are mentioning the subphylums, orders they are asking. So different classes of species they are asking, and they are mentioning which of them have a cellular arrangement. This is actually neat question. Neat question hai sab. Correct? They are asking this there also, UPSC also. So imagine they are asking you to classify species based on organ system they have. So that means you can imagine simple classification. If this much you should know, you can answer most of the questions. Okay, I'll simplify it by mentioning the names of the species. Let's say here I'll mention Coelenterata, Cnidaria consists of jellyfish, basically. Jellyfish. Echinodermata also I have missed. 1 second, I'll mention that also. One more word, Echinodermata. And chordata. See here now. These are examples I am giving. Jellyfish, sea anemones. Then we have coral polyps. They come under this category. Okay, easy. Okay, these are, first is sponge. This is sponge. Then these are jellyfish, sea anemones, coral polyps, one category. This one, platyhelminthes. Platyhelminthes is nothing but flat worm. It is flat in shape. Flat worm hai ye. Flat worm. Nematodas are basically round worm. Round worm hota hai na? There is nematodas basically. Okay. Annelidas basically are segmented worms. Worms only, but segments they have. Different body segments they will have. Like earthworm, leeches, have you seen? Leech. Forest mein ja rahe ho aap log, it's raining, there is a lot of water and soil, and leech sucks into your, then you don't know where it is, it will slowly creeping upwards. Then when you notice that it's already sucking most of your blood, then you try to pull it out, it is not coming. Have you noticed that? That is nematodas. Basically. This one, annelida. Segmented annelida basically. Leeches and earthworms. Even, have you seen earthworms? They are annelida. Earthworms, leeches basically comes under segmented worms. Nematodas are round worms. Okay. Then arthropodas. This is one of the largest classification, arthropodas. Like all insects, spiders, crustaceans, you notice, they are arthropodas. Insects and all. Then mollusca, this shell secreting organisms, snails, slugs, bivalves, clams, these are all mollusca. Okay, last, then chordata is animals, especially we having backbone, like we have reptiles, amphibians, correct, all those comes under chordata. Fish, birds, humans here. Echinodermata are basically starfish. Have you seen starfish? That is echinodermata. So those also I'll write next, that side. Nematodes are basically roundworm. Annelidas are basically earthworm, segmented, and leeches. Arthropods are insects. I can't do minimize, na? Can I? Okay, then. Oh, you are saying to minimize this, huh? Okay. Okay. Oh, this is a nice idea. I didn't know this. No, I can write? Okay, thank you. Here also I can write now. These worms, you know, flatworm, roundworm, they are unsegmented basically. These are unsegmented. These are all segmented. Is Annelida correct? Segmented worm, earthworm, leeches. These are arthropods are insects. Spiders. I'll reduce this further. I need more space that side. See, crustaceans. Okay. So these are like shrimp, prawns. Have you seen shrimp, prawns? You eat a prawns and all. There is the crustaceans here. Crab, lobster. Those are. Okay. Those are crustaceans. There is arthropoda. Mollusk is a snail. Have you seen snail? Shell secreting. Slugs, bivalves, chordata, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, fish. There is chordata. Last. So which of the following are mollusk? They are asking. Which of the following are crustaceans? Like that we have to see them now further. Some examples I have given, but it is a big topic. Done. So these are the ones which are arranged in into organ systems. These are. Okay. Only tissue level structure is Coelenterata and Ctenopora. It is pronounced as Ctenopora. C silent here. Ctenopora. This is Coelenterata or Cnidaria. It's pronounced as. Okay. If it is loosely arranged like this, sponges, porifera. So now it is easier actually. Earlier image was difficult. When you saw that big image, it was like kind of messed up. But this is the simplest way of arranging them. From cellular, tissue, organ systems. Level of organization bolte isko. We can organize the entire animal kingdom into 4 parts. Like this. So further, in biology class what I do, I explain this anatomy of each, taking one by one like this. That is again big class. I told you 4.5, 5 hours class. They're very interesting, but I love that topic. More than geography, I love this. Geography is a bit dry for me, but these are ones which most of the species I have held in my hand also, in most of the places. So we have done cross-section, dissection and all. I have seen them in microscope also. So as a result, it's kind of etched in my mind. Okay. So that level we work. Okay. These ones we'll see, because the questions are being asked from this level here, from here. They are asking questions on arthropods, mollusca, then chordata. These questions are coming. Insects ke bare mein they are asking questions on insects. They are asking Correct. Spiders के बारे में question they are asking. Last year paper, this year paper, you notice. Okay. You never know. They might ask about coral polyps, sea anemones, jellyfish also. You never know. But I mentioned for the sake of doing it. So shall we see this now one by one? We'll see this one by one. See, poriferize sponges. Okay, you can notice this. Echinodermata is like starfish, I told you, starfish. Echinodermata you have seen. Starfish, sea urchins. I'll show you how it looks. Sea urchins is a weird looking creature. You should know that. You should see that. Remember Cnidaria, jellyfish, coral polyp here. Okay. Mollusca you can see here. Snails, clams, octopus, or all this. You write this mollusca, for more examples you write. There only, mollusca you written alla. There you write more examples like this. Snails, slugs, bivalves you written alla. Right? Clams, octopus, squid. Squid comes under which category? Now you should know. Squid comes under mollusk. Right. Most of you eat this, correct? So it's your delicacy. As a result, you should know. Even if you don't eat also, you should know now. Oysters, have you seen pearl? Pearl secreting shells we have. They are mollusk. Hyderabad is very popular for this. Okay. Oyster farming. Which is a kind of a lucrative business nowadays here. Across, around Hyderabad is very popular. Here, we are talking about this side. Clams, oysters, snails, slugs, squid, octopus. Did you write this? Octopus? They'll ask. Octopus, squids, all this comes under which category? This is one done. Okay. Mollusca or mollusk. Arthropoda. You see this now. I was talking about arthropoda. I told you, it's a very big classification we have. In this, you notice here, starting from here. These ones we'll see later. In arthropodas, you will have crustaceans you have. Correct? Have you seen centipede, millipede and all? Sometimes it creeps into your house. You'll be noticing that in your garden and all. Correct? Those centipede, millipedes. They are all arthropodas. Have you seen spiders? Insects? Arthropoda. Crustaceans? Correct? They are all arthropoda. In that you can notice here. Barnacles. Barnacles can be seen, let's say, they'll stick to the ships, boats, especially transoceanic ships, one continent to another continent across oceans. These barnacles hitch a ride. They get a free ride. On whale and all, they attach themselves. Barnacles. On top of the whales and all. Okay, these are barnacles. Crabs, lobster, shrimp, prawns, crustaceans. They are basically. Shrimp and prawn you eat. That. Crabs and lobster also. Many people eat. That is arthropodas. Write these examples now. In arthropoda section. In arthropoda you write insects and spiders you have written, right? Insects, spiders, centipede, millipede. You write crab, lobster, shrimp. Don't worry, they will not ask the sub-classification also. But at least this much you should know. Spiders, scorpions. Scorpions you have seen. All these are what? Arthropodas. Okay, start from crabs. Horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe crabs. Spiders, scorpions, lobster, shrimp, barnacles, insects, centipede, millipedes. All these are what? Arthropoda. One of the largest subclassification of the animal kingdom. Okay. One particular thing was in news. I'll show you that. Okay. So, all these names I'm going to use when I talk about IUCN Red List. International Union for Conservation of Nature publishes a book called Red Data Book. There they talk about which species is in critically endangered status, endangered, vulnerable, near threatened, like that. Especially vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered species come under the Red Data Book. Then these will come. And you'll be shocked that most of it is in use from India only. Most of them are illegally transported, traded from India. For example, I asked you to write from here, right? All of you wrote. This one I purposefully mentioned, even in my book also this image is there, this image. So horseshoe crab are very popular across Odisha, West Bengal, in the mangroves. Okay, so these horseshoe crabs are illegally transported from India and Southeast Asia, mostly from India only. Okay, so these horseshoe crabs are very unique set of species. They have blue blood, we have red blood, correct, hemoglobin based, iron based protein, but these have copper based protein. As a result, the blood of these organisms look blue color. Horseshoe, see, as soon as I type horseshoe, it's coming, blood is coming. So there is like illegally traded. It looks like this. This is a horseshoe crab. See how it looks? Arthropoda. First you should know, okay, which comes under which classification? Arthropoda. Okay, fine. So you see how it looks. Okay. So these are transported across, illegally smuggled to Europe, to China, towards North America also. Horseshoe crabs, which are, they are native of this land, India and Southeast Asia region, they are found. They are transported. So for example, testing human vaccine, efficiency of human vaccine, they use them. Okay, so that is one of the reasons. I don't know whether they eat, but I have never seen people eating it. But they, people are correct. In China, they might eat. Okay. Blood of these provides valuable medicinal product. I told you, testing vaccine. Valuable medicinal product, critical for maintaining safety of many drugs and devices used in medical care. So they use it for testing human vaccine, medicines and all. That is one use I know. They eat or not, I don't know. That I have to check. Which one? Guinea pigs. Guinea pigs are very commonly tested. We use certain animals for testing, na? That is there. Rats we use, guinea pigs we use. Here, horseshoe crab have blue blood. The medical profession uses extraction of these horseshoe blood to test the purity of medicines. See, observable suture, stitch we make, doctors stitch the wound. The stitch they use suture thread that is made from the crab shell. The crab shell is used for making observable suture, means stitch. Means after the operation is done, the suture will heal inside and get absorbed in the body. That is there. That is the reason it's called as observable sutures are made from the shell, like that. For multiple purpose they use. These are critically endangered now. Like this, many species I'll be using when I talk about red data book. At least when I mention those species, you should know, okay, where they come under, what classification, where are we talking about. Okay. See how it looks. Outer shell is there. Inside, this I have seen this. Okay. Copper based. Oh, see these fellows, what they are doing. Is this animated or AI image? No. Okay, now you know what we are doing, how weird we are. Okay. Rest of the animals are like they're living their life. We are the one, getting things out of other. Oh, this one, yes. Okay. So like this, you should know at least some of the species which are endangered, critically endangered and all. I'll talk about them. For now, you should know the classification where they come under. These are all arthropodas. I told you, Platyhelminthes is flatworm. It looks flat in shape. Okay. Nematodas, I told you, roundworms like this. Okay. Annelida, I told you, segmented worms like earthworms and leeches. Okay, like this we have classified the entire. So now it got easier, now it became simpler. Okay, because otherwise it would have been a bit difficult. Now come to chordata. Here we call this as fish. These are all fish part. Mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians. You can notice amphibians here, frogs, toads, salamanders here. Reptiles, you can see snake, correct, you can see crocodile here, Turtle, tortoise, here reptiles. Birds you have seen. Correct. Then mammals, we are here. Mammals are those species which give live birth to young ones. Okay. And we have mammary glands to feed young ones. So that is mammals. Okay, that is this category. So there are few species of mammals which lay eggs also. Correct. Usually reptiles lay eggs. But here mammals there are two species of mammals which lay egg. There is platypus and echidna. Platypus and echidna are the only two mammals which lay eggs. Okay. Normally all other mammals give live birth to young ones. Okay. Echidna. Echidna. These echidnas, you would have seen this. These species, they lay eggs. These are actually mammals. Echidnas. Okay. Correct? You would have noticed this. Very popular species, echidna. These are the only mammal species, one of the two mammal species which lay eggs. One more I will show you. Platypus, duck-billed platypus. Full name. Duck-billed platypus. Okay. This one. Duck-billed platypus. This one. This also you would have seen. How is that you have not seen any of these? Animal Planet, you have to watch National Geographic Animal Planet. You notice, you see all these creatures. See how it looks. Duck-billed platypus. These are the only two mammals which lay eggs. They can ask in exam. So two species of mammals which are different. Why am I telling you something which is very unique? I am picking up. I showed you the bluebird. Nobody would have seen that bluebird. Correct? That horseshoe crab. That is very critically endangered. So very recently, CITES you have a Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. They recently said India is the one which is sending it out. Most of the smuggling is taking place from us, illegally, from the coastal West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh. Please stop all that, Anta, they were saying. Recently, when the CITES Convention team visited Vantara, they visited Vantara also. They visited India. So then they were talking about this also, horseshoe crab trade. Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. So we are exporting these kind of species to different parts of the world. Not government. I am not blaming the government. I am talking about people. See, a lot of money, alva. So what people do? They export. They are getting money out of it. So they are doing this illegal trade. Lot of things are smuggled. You know, leopard cubs, tiger cubs are exported to Gulf. Like illegal trade happens without your knowledge, without the government's knowledge also. Sandalwood, red sanders are smuggled. Even now it is happening. Only yesterday I was reading again. One of my student is IFS. He was talking about, sir, yesterday we caught a truck full of red sanders heading towards Visakhapatnam. No, very yesterday I am talking about. Means what? Red sanders. That is Pushpa, you have seen a wood, that one. That I am talking about now. Even though after the film we thought at least things might change. No, it's not like that. It's rampant. It's going on. So like this, we have a lot of, you got it, two unique mammals which lay eggs that you have seen. Marsupials. Marsupials are one set of very unique species, marsupials. They are also mammals, but they give birth to underdeveloped young ones. Kangaroos, for example. After giving birth, the baby grows in the pouch of the mother and then it comes out once it achieves maturity. So they are marsupials. Marsupials are also unique set of mammals found only in Australia, Oceania region. Range of species, wombats, koala bear, kangaroos. Okay, so we have different, see, opossum, koala bear, okay, wombats, kangaroos, all these are basically only in Australia, found only in Australia. Even Tasmanian devil, all these species found only in Australia. So they'll ask, marsupials are found in which region? They are found in Australia region, Australasian region. Remember I was talking about bioregions, biorealms. 8 biorealms I divided the world into. Correct, Indo-Malaya. After that I showed there is a Wallace line. After that comes Australasia, where most of the marsupials are found. Biogeographic realm. It was Alfred Russel Wallace who classified this Wallace line, biogeographic realm. First class. I'll show you kangaroo. That region only the speciation has occurred. I told you speciation, new habitat, extreme environments. So the animals adapt to that condition. For example, in normal conditions the baby is born, a cub is born, so it has threat from other species. Correct. Here also same. Australia has one of the deadliest species on earth. 8 out of the top 10 venomous snakes are found in Australia. You go to Australia or living there, you go and put your shoes, the shoe ke andar rahega ek snake. I've seen 3 times like that inside the shoes. So like that, kuch na kuch spiders will be there, scorpions will be there. That too deadly. One bit, that's done. You end up in the photo frame. That's it. Final. That's it. It is a matter of few hours, not even few hours. Deadliest species they have. In the water, they have like one side crocodiles, other side sharks. Around Australia, there's a kind of very deadly species around. Island biogeography plus isolation, geographic isolation. Okay, reproductive isolation. All that resulted in unique set of species have evolved. Okay, I'll show you this. See here, it is walking around inside the mother's pouch here. So the baby is here, it's here. Okay, so small pouch will be there. So inside that the baby will crawl in. Once it achieves maturity, it comes out. So this is a very weird topic, Australian snakes. Okay, most venomous snakes of Australia. I know this is not a very popular topic. I told you, top 10 species, 8 of them are in Australia itself. But almost all snakes in Australia are venomous. But only thing, if you notice here, next to Australia there is New Zealand, no snakes. New Zealand mein. New Zealand is a temperate country, separated by Tasman Sea. Tasman Sea. So it's kind of other isolation, formed from volcanic activities. Tectonic zone hai, New Zealand. So there we don't find any of them, not even single one. But in Australia we have many. You got it? So it is a tropical, subtropical country. That is the reason. Australia is a tropical, subtropical country. So you can notice all this. We have 8 biogeographic realm. Based on the geographic location, common evolutionary history, okay, speciation, we have divided into 8 parts. I told you, India comes under Indo-Malaya. This is Australasian, this side. North is Palearctic. Paleo means old, close to the Arctic, Palearctic. Afrotropical. Africa was here earlier. It has drifted north, so tropical, Afrotropical. South America was here, it came here. Neotropical, new. North America was here, it drifted west, Nearctic. After the continental drift. Last one is Oceania. Okay, so like this we have 8 biogeographic realm. So this is the one. Separation takes place here. You can notice that Indonesia, Wallace line here. The Wallace line separates Indo-Malaya from Australasian. There is a sharp contrast in species on either side of this line. Now I think it's a time to see your atlas now. See here, starting from Philippines. Philippines comes under Indo-Malaya. Borneo, remember Borneo Island? Borneo, Indo-Malaya. Java, remember Java, Bali? Up to Bali we have Wallace line. After Bali, an island called Lombok. Another island called Lombok. Imagine this is Bali, this is Lombok. So this is Wallace line, like this. So the birds of this area don't fly across here. Even if they fly, they don't nest, they don't eat any seeds or fruit here. They come back. Their diet is specifically this side. Trees are specifically this side. The plants found here are not found this side, on the other side. So speciation have taken place because of small gap. At the same time, the food habits, I was telling you yesterday, the type of food, type of habitat. So because of that, the speciation has occurred. Remember I was talking about sympatric speciation, peripatric, parapatric speciation and allopatric speciation. As a result, so it's kind of difference in food, habitat, everything. As a result, the species don't intermingle, interbreed. Long back only they have got separated. Eco-speciation has occurred here and here. Okay, that line was first identified by Wallace line. So please check your atlas, Indonesia map you have to see. Where is that? Where is that? Indonesia page number. Here. See here. Asia map only you will see. Philippines, next to Borneo, then Bali. This side is Celebes Island. Lombok this side. Check in your Asia map. 70. Hope all of you have atlas. Where is the atlas? Hope you didn't sell the atlas. Geography class is over, then we'll sell the atlas. No need of. Don't do that. Bring the atlas to the class. Because from now on we need atlas. The biology part is getting over now. From now on, we'll be talking only about distribution, national park, wildlife sanctuary, those kind of topics will come now. Biomes will come now. For that we require atlas. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the time. 9:20. Oh, sorry. Tomorrow I think we'll cover most of the topics. I don't know. Let's see. Even I don't know. So I'll ask them. So this PDF is available. Same image is in my book also. Whatever images I am showing you here are from my books. These are all. You can check volume 1, volume 2. Okay, there also you'll get this. There notes is there. What is what, how cell is formed I have written there in book. Even in biology books it is not there. How first cell was formed. We have mentioned. DNA, RNA, how it is, we have mentioned. This is tomorrow's class. Geological time scale. Okay, so we are going to continue with the topics that we have completed. Okay, or that we have, let's say yesterday I wanted to do one topic but we couldn't. That is geological time scale. So today we have anyhow sufficient time. So a lot of topics we can cover. And most of the topics that we are going to do is not given in normal books. Okay. So yesterday's class we have already classified plant kingdom, animal kingdom. All of you know how basic classification looks like. Okay. So in today's class we are going to discuss a topic called geological time scale. Geological time scale. This is a very popular topic. Geological time scale. Especially while writing answers, if you include these words, let's say which time what happened, your answer weightage increases in mains. Okay, in prelims they'll ask 1 or 2 questions from this. Okay, so this topic is going to be important for many exams, correct? So related to UPSC, let's say prelims, mains also they'll ask. Other exams, central services you are going to take, there also they'll ask geological time scale. Okay, so geological time scale is basically a representation of time. Since the formation of Earth, when 4.54 billion years ago Earth evolved as a planet, our solar system evolved. From then till now, what all has happened? All the rocks, all the fossils that we have on Earth comes under this. It is a representation of time since the formation of Earth till now, based on fossil evidence, based on rock evidence. Okay, so we all have evolved recently, but what we have done a lot of exploration, excavations, fossils we have unearthed, and we have tried to understand their age through radiocarbon dating. Using the radiocarbon dating, we have estimated their age, and based on that, we have arranged them in this scale. Geological time scale is a representation of time. Please write. I'll call it a GTS. Is the representation of time. Representation of time since the formation of Earth. Since the formation of Earth, I'll say of our planet Earth. Of our planet Earth. Representation of time since the formation of our planet Earth, bracket 4.54 billion years ago till present, means till now, since the formation of Earth till now. Okay, based on based on the Based on paleontology, paleontological evidence and petrological evidence. Based on some evidence. What evidence? Paleontology means what? Fossil. Study of fossils is paleontology. Paleontology is study of fossils. Study of rock is petrology. Based on paleontological and petrological history. Okay, evidence. In exam, in case if you forget these two words, correct, it happens. So you forget what word sir said, some paleo he said, and what you do, you write fossil and rock evidence. That's it, done. Rock and fossil evidence. That will save the day. So instead of writing paleontological, petrological, it gives weightage. Okay, but if you can't remember it, we can't do anything. Fossil and rock evidence, you write. That's it. So that means wherever we have done, let's say rock-based studies, fossil-based studies, we have got a lot of evidence. Fossil evidence we have got. Based on that, we have estimated their age and we have arranged them in a scale since the formation of Earth till now. 4.54 billion years ago, our solar system was formed. Our sun was formed and planets were formed. Correct? From there till now. We have divided this into a huge, you can see, either in billion I will mention, or this I'll write in 4,540 million, correct? Million. This entire period has been divided into two parts, mainly two parts. First, the last 540 million years, we have a lot of evidence. Last 540 million years, we know all the rocks, fossils. Before that, we don't know much. So this period is called as Phanerozoic eon. This period, from the formation of Earth till this, is called as Precambrian. You'll understand, please write Precambrian eon. Precambrian eon. Eon is a larger time period which is divided into era. Era is divided into period. Periods are epochs. Like that we have divided. Eon, era, period, epochs. Okay. So eon is larger time scale. Okay. Precambrian eon, Phanerozoic eon. This is called as Hadean era. This is called as Archean era. This is called as Proterozoic era. See, this Precambrian eon was divided into three eras: Hadean, Archean, Proterozoic. Eon is larger scale, which is divided into era. Okay. Hadean, Archean, Proterozoic. Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic. Like this. These are the three eras inside this. So these are again further. The Phanerozoic eon is divided into Paleozoic era, Mesozoic era, Cenozoic era. I don't have space, so you write like that. Paleo means old, Meso means middle, Ceno means recent. Cenozoic or Cenozoic. Okay. Paleo old, middle, Meso, Cenozoic is recent. We are in this now. We are in the most recent now. Cenozoic era. Okay. Whereas the earth formation was Hadean. That itself is a question. The earth was formed in which of the following time scale? Which period? So this beginning of the Hadean era, beginning of the Precambrian eon. It's the largest time scale. So earth formed, solar system, earth and our planets formed here. After that, remember, moon formed due to the asteroid impact. Then gradually Earth was in a molten state. Molten state say it started stratifying. Crust, mantle, core was formed. All that, remember geography class, first class we discussed, all that happened here. So Earth got tilted. Correct. All that happened in this period. So stratification of Earth, crust, mantle, core, then atmosphere was formed, hydrosphere was formed, all this in this period only. There was no life back then, not even bacterial life. So as a result, it is Hadean period, has no life. It's azoic basically. Then Archean period we have bacteria and archaea, small. Remember Monera? That came in the Archean. So the word archaea, archaea is what? Old, very old, pre-life, starting of life here, Archean. Okay, so that bacteria and archaea was there, cyanobacteria and all. Remember I told you oxygenation of our atmosphere, then ozone formed, all that happened this period, Archean. Then in Proterozoic, other life forms evolved like Protista, fungi, plant kingdom, animal kingdom, all this formed here, this period. So most of the life, invertebrates we saw yesterday, all that was evolved here in this period. The vertebrates evolved in this last recent, like mammals, reptiles, amphibians, birds, fish and all evolved in this period. So most of the period of Earth from here to here is very long period. We don't have much of the evidence. So as a result, we are mentioning whatever we know as of now. So the geological time scale is a representation of time from formation of Earth till now, based on fossil evidence and rock evidence. Okay, how did we come to know about these fossils? When we excavate, what happens? One layer above, below the other, there are so many layers of soil. So strata of soil on the crust, stratigraphy we call it as. So study of various layers of soil layers is called as stratigraphy. So we have done that stratigraphy. Every time we dig deeper, we start unearthing more fossils which are older in time. Correct? If we die, we are buried here on the surface. But older organisms which died earlier will be deeper. They would have been buried deeper due to sedimentation and all over the period of time. So as a result, we get more fossils as we dig deeper. Okay. So as a result, so if you notice, this entire period has been divided like this. Further, these are divided into subparts that I am going to write in a separate page. This I wanted to just show you how a eon looks like, how era looks like. Okay. Again, I will explain all this, how the different periods what all happened. With photos we will see. So geological time scale is an important topic for all exams. If you are an anthropology student, optional. If you are geography, agriculture, correct, you can use these terms in your answers. Geological time scale is part of all this. Botany, zoology, geology, forestry, all these papers you can use this. Common to many. Prelims and mains also they are asking this now. Okay. So they had asked this. So moon was formed in which of the following era? Hadean era. Tilt of the earth. Correct. Geoid shape of the earth was formed in which period? Hadean. All this was very old. So in India, if you notice, we have the oldest rocks also. We call that series of rocks as Dharwad series of rocks. From the name Karnataka, Dharwad, there is a place called Dharwad in Karnataka. Those rocks, we found it almost close to 4 billion years old rock. So that is called as the Dharwad series of rock. That means in India, we have rocks which are as old as earth itself. And we call that as the Dharwad series of rock and found in the most of the peninsular part here. Second oldest is Kadapa, Dharwad Kadapa. Kadapa is our build here. You got it? That means they'll ask Dharwad series of rock. Kadapa series of rocks are the oldest rocks on earth. Belong to which period? Hadean period. That means we are all roaming around those places only. So our land itself is a geological wonder. The land on which we live, South India, is not just a small piece of land. It is the oldest physiographic zone of India. Correct? Largest physiographic zone of India. We have discussed that. And the rocks are as old as earth itself. You can imagine. Okay. So all these places what you see here are all very old. Very old. So this Gondwana itself you take. This entire Gondwana land. Correct? We are all part of that Gondwana land. Then we got bifurcated into so many subcontinents. Okay. So we will be discussing that also. How many supercontinents have formed before Pangea? Pangea is one of the supercontinents, you know. Before that also there were many other supercontinents. That also will come to know. So next page I am writing this subclassification. Eon is a larger time scale, further divided into era like this. period is a subclassification, epoch is a other classification, like this. This also you write. This also they have asked in the exam. UPSC Prelims mein, this was given. Arrange them according to the decreasing timeline. Eon is the larger, then subperiod is era, subperiod is period, then epoch. This itself is the answer. Question in the prelims. Which is larger? Eon. Then era and period. Period and epoch, like this. You remember this. Many exams may they have asked this. These are considered to be very basics. Okay. Largest time period. Longest extent of time. For example, overall Earth is what? 4.5 billion years or 4,540. This is the overall. That is divided into so many subparts. Okay. So since the formation of Earth till now, this is the entire time scale. Since the formation of Earth, we have to take. We can't take since the formation of universe. Universe is here, 13.3 billion years. I am standing here. 13.3 billion years is the universe formation, Big Bang. After that, our solar system was formed only recently, 4.5 billion years. Okay. Since we are all on Earth, we have to take this first. Okay. So please remember, Eon, era, period, epoch. So in your new page, full page, you have to start writing from the bottom up. Okay. If you take the full page, let's say this is the full page in your notebook. So here you make this first small letter Eon you write, then era you write, then period, epoch you will write, like this. Okay. Then you leave some space if you have space in the last part to write some information here, last column. Okay. Then from bottom you should start, because this is 4.5 billion years ago. Correct? Till now, present. What I am doing is, I am pushing the oldest to the bottom, newest to the surface here. Correct? In stratigraphy, that's what happened, right? The oldest is buried, oldest fossils. The newest are on the surface. So as a result, the oldest will be given here. The newest part will come here, on the surface. Okay. So divide your entire book like this, in entire page, into 4 columns or 5 columns. First is Eon, then era. Wait 1 second. Like this. Then period, epoch, you don't line any line. You keep it blank, Okay, I'll show you what we are trying to do. See here, this period we are trying to write. Can you see this? Since the Earth formation till now, in like a scale, we are trying to write this. From the bottom, see, Hadean, Archean, Proterozoic, so on, till present. All the life forms that have evolved, I have given the photo here. In different period, different organisms that have evolved. See, we have come very recently. In the last, this Cenozoic in the last 2 lakh years, we have evolved. Okay. Despite being the most recent organism that has evolved on Earth, humans, we have wreaked havoc on Earth. We have caused most of the damage. Correct. Other species have been living on Earth since so many eras. Correct. So many eras, I can say. But man has been a most recent species. Correct. What made us different from the rest of the world? That is also another question here. Okay, that also we can discuss. So for now, you remember how this all evolved. You can see I have shown dinosaur extinction also. Asteroid impact during this period led to death of all dinosaurs. So like this, some formation of Earth till now, there have been 6 extinction periods. 6 times the life has gone extinct and life has bounced back. Okay. So like this 6 times it has occurred. See, wherever I have written major extinction, I can show you that also here. So this scale is a very important one. We will tell about the evolution of life on Earth. Okay. So almost all botanists, zoologists have contributed to this. Means whatever they have understood, whatever they have explored, they have all contributed to the field of geological time scale. Rocks, fossils, correct? All of them have been categorized into different zones here. So this is image, very popular image. This also we'll discuss. First, let's start from this. So I'm asking you to start from 4.54 billion years till present. Okay. So I'll go here. So you know how to write now. So in this page I have shown you. Next page I'll start. First is eon. Precambrian eon. This is all Phanerozoic eon. Hadean, Archean, Proterozoic. These are era. So Hadean, Archean, Proterozoic. Notice this. First I am writing formation of solar system and earth here. Formation of solar system and earth. After solar system formation, earth formation, what happened? Stratification of earth started. Crust, mantle, core. Earth started to cool. Initially earth was in a hot molten form. Correct. Denser minerals went down. Core, nickel, iron. Lighter elements came to the surface forming crust. Like this. Stratification of the earth. Density segregation. Density segregation. Stratification of earth started forming. That is crust, mantle, core was formed. This is the one. Then during this period earth was rotating at a very fast speed, geoid shape. Because of the momentum, I told you, remember, geoidal bulge. Geoidal bulge. Earth got a shape, geoidal bulge, because of its fast rotation. Then gradually there was an asteroid impact, Theia. Theia asteroid impact led to formation of moon, tilt of the earth. Remember Pacific depression? A huge depression on earth was formed. Pacific depression was formed. Okay, that led to the formation of moon as well as our tilt, all of you know. So because of the tilt and because of the impact, earth rotation started slowing down. Remember I told you earth was spinning very fast. After the impact, what happened? Earth started to slow down. So because of this slowing of earth rotation, from 4 hours a day, we now have 24 hours a day. Initially earth had very fast spin. We used to complete one rotation in just 4 hours. Today we are taking 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Because of what? Because of the gravitational pull of moon on earth. Because of this Theia impact, our momentum drastically came down. Today moon's gravity is acting on earth. As a result, earth is spinning slowly. So earth started spinning slowly. See, all these are Hadean mein, there was no life at all. No, not even a single bacterial life was there. Slowly ocean started forming. Correct. Chemosynthesis on earth. All that. Oxygenation of our atmosphere. Oxygenation means carbon dioxide was very high. Slowly carbon dioxide started decreasing. Okay, I can write that here in this period. Give me 1 second. I'll write moon formation I have written, tilt I have written. Then we can mention volcanoes. Yes, there are a large number of volcanoes. Asteroid impacts, meteor impacts. Initial Earth experienced a lot of asteroid impact and volcanoes. Many comets fell. Comets are frozen objects. Remember I used to tell you frozen moisture, gases, dust, minerals. These comets might have bought water. That is one of the theory. Comets are frozen objects. When they collided with the earth, they bought large amount of frozen ice and all that melted on earth, forming water. That is one theory. Another theory is chemosynthesis of hydrogen and oxygen led to the formation of water. Because dihydrogen oxide, H2O, correct, was formed on earth itself. There is another theory. There are two theories explaining formation of water. One, they say comets bought them. One theory. Another theory says the chemosynthesis of hydrogen molecules with oxygen led to the formation of water on earth. So all this formation of water here, I don't have space, you write formation of water on earth. All this is what? Adian era. This also Adian era. See, so many things happened when the earth formed. Okay. Then in Archean period we have first bacterial life. Here, bacteria. Remember I was talking about hyperthermopile. Those are organisms which can live in extreme environment. Correct, bacteria, cyanobacteria and all. They were formed. Archaea was formed. Archaea, cyanobacteria, archaea, earliest bacteria, cyanobacteria, all that formed here. So these bacteria were the earliest organisms which carried out photosynthesis. They converted carbon dioxide and water into oxygen. So oxygenation started now. So oxygen evolved along with other gases. Our atmosphere also was formed. Formation of atmosphere. I'll write that here. Oxygen. I'll write ozone here. Remember, after oxygen formation only ozone will form. I have given that reactions and all in the starting geography class. Goldilocks. I have given the word Earth is a Goldilocks planet. Why we have life? I have given 7 points there. So there, ozone formation, oxygen formation, you should know. You remember, right? First class, first day, first show. These are all. Okay. First class only, if you forget, then it will be again, I can't start from that. Anyhow, recordings are there. You can watch that also, in case if you have missed or something. Oxygen formation, ozone formation. Okay. So all that happened in this period, Archean period. So slowly our atmosphere started evolving. So that means carbon dioxide started decreasing, oxygen started increasing. So because of this, other life forms got a chance to evolve. Because of ozone started protecting us from UV rays. Because of what, other organisms started to evolve. Otherwise they wouldn't have got a chance. Without ozone, UV rays would have reached Earth. And UVC, remember UVA, UVB, UVC, there are 3 types of UV. UVC is germicidal. It can even kill bacteria and germs. So as a result, life wouldn't have evolved. So formation of oxygen and ozone in our atmosphere led to the further evolution. All the other organisms we had, like say, these are all Monera, this first part. Monera evolved here. So then Protista, fungi, plants, basically all, especially the water plants, zooplanktons and all, they, and invertebrates, all our invertebrates evolved during this period. So most of the earth got its life during this period, especially Archean and Proterozoic. Okay, so that is the reason. Pro means what? Before. Zoic means life, pre-life. The meaning of this is pre-life. Pre-life means initial life forms on earth was formed during this, which period they'll ask. You should know the word. Proterozoic era was the period when most of the earth species evolved. Remember I was talking about so many invertebrates in yesterday's class. Without chordata are invertebrates. I was talking about starting from sponges, porifera. I was talking about. Then I'd go to Nidaria or Coelenterata, Ctenopora. Correct. All this evolved during this period only. Invertebrates may. Okay. Then other invertebrates I was talking about: Echinodermata, Platyhelminthes, Annelidas, Arthropodas. Correct. All these species came on earth during that period. Okay. So this is a wonderful topic which tells us what happened when. Okay. Except chordatas, except vertebrates like amphibians, reptiles, mammals, birds, fish, they all evolved very recently. Most of the organisms, okay, not even land plants. These are basically water plants. Remember hydrophytes which live on water, thrive on water, those were there. So slowly land plants emerged during Paleozoic year. Paleozoic era, Mesozoic era, Cenozoic era. These are eras. From 4540 million years to 540. This is a very long period. Means 4000 million years we have written here. 4000 million years in this. In the last 540 we come under this part, very recent. Since these are very old, we don't have much of the evidence. Okay, whatever evidence we know, we have written that. In the last 540 million years, from 540 till here is 251 million years. This is 65 million years. This topic usually nobody does because there are so much to talk about. Geography, geology, then plants, all animals we have to mention. Okay. So 540, 251 million, 65 million. This is present. Present. Eras are divided into periods here. Here in Paleozoic, first this Cambrian period, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian. Okay, till here. These are all Paleozoic. Many of you will be wondering how these names are been given mountains or places. Perm is a place in Ural mountains. Like that, they have been named after the places. Cambria is a mountain in England. Wales, next to England there is a place called Wales. In Wales there is a mountain called Cambrian Mountains. Wahan pe we got the sediments which is old as this. So that we call it as this period. That means we find any rock sample, fossil sample, we do radiocarbon dating, we'll get to know the age. Based on that we place it under this column. Oh, this comes under this. Let's say now we found some fossil. We estimate its age. Let's say it comes to this period, 570. We'll place it where? Here. We'll place it under this category. Okay. Let's say our this only Tirupati, Tirumala hills mein they've found a fossil. That fossil was almost around nearly 1 billion year old, means which comes under this category, Proterozoic category. So that means what? The Eastern Ghats are very old mountains. They were formed when India and Antarctica were together. India and Antarctic plate were together. That old sediments. So that means our Eastern Ghats rocks, Tirumala, Palkonda, Velikonda, Nalamala, rocks are this old, Proterozoic period they belong to. Very old sediments. So they are old fold mountains. They are nearly 1 billion year old, you can imagine. Okay. So that will help us to place. Aravalis, for example. Aravalis. They are very old. They come under Proterozoic. All our old fold mountains we have. Aravalis, Satpura region, Eastern Ghats, they are this. Okay. So all this rock evidence will tell us how old they are. Based on that we can place them in different periods. Okay. So whatever we are doing, geological time scale for the world I am showing. After this I will show it for India also. All the rocks in India are also placed in this kind of chart. Now only I will show you. Give me the atlas. You can keep that just for reference. Page number, I know most of you don't have atlas. Page number 29 in this atlas. Here, full. This is what I am writing now. So they are mentioning all this. Take a photo of that in case if you don't have past 39, 37. I said 37, I think. Okay, check. 29. Show it to them, give it to them. 29. See, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous and Permian. Okay, based on the Then, okay, I should have written it slightly. Give me 1 second, please. I'll write in within the box. Oh, wait. This is correct now. This is Mesozoic. Mesozoic, again we have in this Mesozoic, I'll write here. Please notice this. Triassic, I'll change the color. Triassic, Jurassic, all of you might have heard of Jurassic Park. That is Jurassic. Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. So this period only we had a lot of dinosaurs and all, we had this period. So as a result, the word Jurassic was used. During Cretaceous they went extinct. Cretaceous period, asteroid impact occurred. All the species, most of them, dinosaurs went extinct after that. Then other species evolved. See, dinosaurs during their period, they were the top carnivore. Today, how man is a top carnivore, dinosaurs were the top carnivore this period mein. Correct? So they had covered most of the landscape. So they were the top carnivore, means they were eating all the other herbivores. Correct? They were apex predators back then. After the asteroid impact, what happened? Dinosaurs went extinct. Other species got a chance to evolve. If dinosaurs were there, they would have eaten everything, right? Apex predators they were. I'll tell you. So what happens naturally when the predator becomes more efficient? Let's say you are a predator and you are very efficient predator. That means you can hunt very quickly. What happens to the prey, other herbivores? Their population will decline. One day all the herbivores will die. Finally the carnivores also won't have any food. They will also die. So that is the reason when this asteroid impact occurred, all the dinosaurs went extinct. So other species got a chance to evolve. So life continued after that. Extinction also. So other species evolved continuously. For example, you might have seen rhino now. Rhino. Crocodiles you have seen. They are that era species. Rhino, what you see today, is as old as this period, Mesozoic period. That species has survived many extinction events. Some places animals survived. Some places they went extinct. Crocodiles are also very old species that can be found even today. You see how crocodile looks like or a rhino looks like. They are that terra species now. Okay. Then comes the last one, the Cenozoic. I don't have space here. Next page I can write. Just write the name. In this we have two periods. Quaternary, tertiary and quaternary. Tertiary and quaternary. Which one? That is basically tertiary means period. It can be in any context we can use. In various classification we use the word tertiary, correct? Tertiary, see here, it is like, imagine this is first, this is second, this is the first, second, third, fourth, like that, something like that. What is quaternary means fourth, tertiary means third. It can be used in various contexts. Okay, so when I say Paleozoic, this means first, then second, third and fourth, like that they have given the name, tertiary and quaternary period. Okay, right up to that, quaternary, tertiary and all this we should mention. Okay, here vertebrates started evolving. First was the fish. Life first evolved in water because most of these invertebrates, you notice, like echinodermata, coelenterata, jellyfish and all, they evolved where? In the water first. Life first began where? Not on land, first on water. Gradually from water life passed on to land. So you can see, you can fish also. Where? Water. Fish, corals, coral polyps, coral reefs and all were there during, means they formed here. Slowly they evolved. Their numbers increased. They got diversified. Can I use the word diversify? More number of species. Speciation took place. So as a result, various species were formed. Then during this period, first land plants. Now you can imagine, first land plants formed in this period. Ordovician. Till then, there was no plants on land. Which were the first land plants? Remember I was talking about yesterday class, non-vascular plants. Liverworts, hornworts, mosses, those plants. Then spore producing plants like ferns we were talking about. Club mosses we were talking about. Horsetail, they came first here. Land plants. Where? Especially on the shoreline, next to the water body. Means this is water, land plants started forming here. Grasses and all. Slowly, trees, forest was formed. First forest was formed during Silurian. Like this, all we have today on earth evolved. Okay. Trees and forest then. During this period, amphibians. Amphibians are species which are capable of living in water and land. They evolved. Amphibians evolved. Okay. Then reptiles after that. After amphibians, reptiles here. Oh. Reptiles evolved. During this Carboniferous, so most of the trees, most of the forests we had, trees we had, they all were buried under soil. During Carboniferous, we are the largest forest cover and all. What happened during Carboniferous? There was some asteroid impacts, large scale volcanic event. So the forests we had were buried. What happens when the trees get buried? Trees will die first. Correct. Gradually, they evolved into coal. Coal was formed during this period. So that means coal started forming during this period. Coal formation started. Coal formation started here. Peat. Remember, what is the first formation of coal? Peat. Then lignite. Then subbituminous, bituminous, anthracite. Remember 5 types of coal we have discussed? That happened here. Coal formation began here. So that means whatever coal we get in Jharkhand is how old? Belongs to Paleozoic. Is from Carboniferous. From Carboniferous period, the coal that started forming then, we get it today. Bituminous and anthracite coal. Across the world, wherever we have coal, like Africa, Australia, US, China, wherever we get coal, all this belongs to Carboniferous period. Okay, Carboniferous period. Coal formation begin when? Carboniferous. That is that old. So here, after, see, reptiles, birds evolved here. Birds. Dinosaurs are what? Reptiles. Dinosaurs are also reptiles. So as a result, they got diversified. Whenever I write like this, see what you should know, as the time progresses, they get diversified. Their numbers will increase. That means trees here will be more thicker, denser here. Correct. Over the period of time, succession will occur. Correct. One plant species will replace the other. Slowly, primary succession, secondary succession will take place till the species reaches climax. Till most tolerant species are formed. So gradually they all got diversified. Reptiles got diversified, birds got diversified and all. So Jurassic was the period where we had a lot of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are basically reptiles. Okay, dino, I'll write dino. Dinosaur. In Cretaceous, asteroid impact. Most important event that happened was asteroid. I'll write that in red. So all this went extinct. Dinosaurs went extinct. Most reptiles went extinct then. Only some survived. Only some species survived. Asteroids. Okay. So then you can notice here mammals also you can write. Mammal species first occurred here. Small mammals evolved here. Gradually, after the dinosaur extinction, mammals got diversified. Here mammals got. Can I write primates? carnivora, all those primates, means monkeys and apes, they evolved slowly. Okay. So don't write anything here because I need to subclassify that into further. Okay. Please just write asteroid. After that you stop. See, this tertiary and quaternary I am going to write in next page because I don't have space. Asteroid ke baad. So from here onwards, all other mammals started evolving, like marsupials, carnivora, all the species, herbivores, whatever we have, all that evolved. In the last recent period, even we all started here during this period as primates, monkeys and apes. In the last 2 lakh years, we have evolved into humans. Homo species came. Okay, that we'll write in the next page. Tertiary and quaternary. Okay, please write the last one, that is tertiary and quaternary. Tertiary period, quaternary period. Tertiary period is further, see, divided into Paleocene, Miocene, Oligocene, given in the atlas. Oh, 1 second. Paleo, Oligo. Okay. These are tertiary. These are epochs. In quaternary we have 2, Pleistocene and Holocene. This is the Ice Age. Remember Ice Age? Pleistocene is the Ice Age. This is from 65 million years to present. So around this time, around 65 million years, okay, you should remember, notice this, we are continuing from here, from 65 here. Here, 65. From here, I am showing you these two in separate page. So remember, so I will mention one here also. In Mesozoic only, our Gondwana split took place. Gondwana split. 120 million years ago, Gondwana lands separated. Gondwana land means Africa, Madagascar, India and all got separated. So slowly India started drifting away from Gondwana during this period, during the Mesozoic. Gradually when it crossed equator, around 50 million years ago, it crossed the equator and started colliding with Eurasian plate during this period. During this period, our Himalayas were formed. That is then we call Himalayas as tertiary fold mountains. Why Himalayas are called as tertiary fold mountain? Because Himalayan mountains, remember 65 million years ago, India crossed equator. 65, 50, it crossed equator, started colliding with Tethys and Eurasian plate. The Himalayas were lifted during this period. Formation of Himalayas, then formation of northern plain, all took place during this period. So the word Himalayas or tertiary fold mountains, now you know why that statement was given in the question paper. So question papers they are using so many words like this. Nobody knows what that meaning is. So now I am telling you, what does tertiary fold mountains means? Means they belong to this period. This period. So now write this. So tertiary fold mountains, or in general, tertiary includes Paleocene, Eocene, Oligo, Mio, Pleo. So this is where the mammals around the world diversified after the death of dinosaurs, extinction of dinosaurs. Mammals, reptiles, amphibians, all the other species got diversified. Primates were formed. I'll write Himalayas. Apes. Australopithecus africanus, Homo sapiens, last. Okay, so means we evolved now very recently, last 10,000 years say. This is last 10,000 years. Siopithecus, Ramapithecus. There is then these two fossils were found in Shivalik mountains. If you are who is anthro here? Have you read this? Siopithecus, Ramapithecus fossils were found where? In Himalayas, Shivalik mountains. Why they were found there? Because same time Himalayas were also being lifted. This period only Himalayas were formed. Correct. So those fossil remains were found there. So Siopithecus, Ramapithecus, Australopithecus africanus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus. I have not mentioned like Cro-Magnon Neanderthals here because I don't have space also. Somewhere here they got diversified here after this. Okay, after Homo habilis, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal mens and all. Then Homo erectus, Homo sapiens. So I am trying to write every species possible, means all in one image. So it looks a bit complicated. For understanding this, we have been discussing all these 4-5 days, last 4-5 days. Plant kingdom, animal kingdom, all that we discussed. So only in this period only, all our seed plants, remember angiosperms, gymnosperms, they started evolving now, this period. In the last, this especially in the, I can write that here. Okay, wait 1 second. I know a new technique now. Yesterday I learned this. Now I can write more information here. Right now. So here, so we can write all the plant species were formed during this time, especially the angiosperms, gymnosperms, correct? Seed plants. First the gymnosperms evolved. First the gymnosperm, then angiosperms evolved. Remember in angiosperms, monocot, dicot, flowering plants. Flowering plants are most recent. Monocot and dicot, they evolved. Correct. Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens. This side I have written like animals, you and all. This side I am writing plants. So there is the recent in period only most of the plants got diversified, especially seed plants. Just like how animals are evolving, even plant species are also evolving, adapting to changing climate, changing geology. Because Earth is constantly changing. Climate change is also taking place. So all the species are adapting slowly and evolving. We are all just like how we are also continuing to evolve. Even other species are also evolving slowly. Okay. Yesterday I was telling you, remember, Homo sapiens will become Homo deus in near future. Correct? So next set of species are going to evolve slowly. So the last, seed plants, correct? Both gymnosperms and angiosperms evolved during which period? Somewhere around Pliocene to Pleistocene period they evolved. During Ice Age, it was a bit difficult for them to evolve, but after Ice Age, they evolved and numbers increased. Speciation occurred, numbers increased. Which one? Pliocene to Pleistocene. Yes, slowly they evolved into, from seed plants here they came first, then slowly they got diversified. Because Ice Age was mostly in the extreme north, extreme south, Antarctica region and Arctic region covering. Tropics were still warm. Most part of the tropics were still warmer. So in the tropics, these species evolved. Gradually, other parts they started spreading. Just like a few days ago, I was telling you, mangroves plants are halophytes. They can grow here also. But why did they choose saline conditions? Why did they start growing in the coastal area? Because there is no competition. Competition from other species. Competition from other mesophytes. Correct. Here they have to compete with other mesophytes. There is no competition, so they started thriving there like that. Survival of the fittest. Whichever place you are more adaptable, where there is less competition, those species will evolve more. Okay. Okay. So this is all evolution, how species evolved. Yesterday, day before yesterday and all, we discussed animal kingdom. We discussed plant kingdom. Correct. There I used all these words. Correct. So now I am telling you where they evolved, which period they evolved. How they can be found on earth today, because they all evolved in different times of the earth since the formation till now. Okay. So now UPSC exam, why, how and what type of question they are asking now. Okay, coming to the exam part. So in mains mein till now they haven't asked this question. In IFOS, Indian Forest Service mein, this is a very common question. Full geological time scale they have asked. Forest Service mains mein. Okay, this topic is very popular there. In UPSC mains mein, till now they have asked only about this Cenozoic period. That is this one. The most Ice Age. The last question was on Ice Age. Ice Age and after that period ke bare mein. Holocene and Pleistocene ke bare mein. So this was one recent most mains question they had asked. Okay. Apart from that, prelims mein they have asked multiple times these questions. Let's say I was talking about atmosphere was formed during which period, and all they have asked. Here and there, one or two questions they have asked in the exam. Okay, let's say the first life on earth, vertebrate life on earth, evolved during which era? Paleozoic era. Paleo means old, if you want the meaning, old. Meso means middle, intermediate. Ceno means recent. Recent. Like this, one or two questions, like coal was formed during which period? Carboniferous, this they have asked. Like this, different questions have come in the exam. Okay, in prelims. So this diagram is clear. Shall I go back to the next one? Here. So humans evolved during which period? Correct, this period. Pliocene to Pleistocene, this period. In the last 2 lakh years. In the last 2 lakh years, we all have evolved. Okay, so please remember this. Can I go to the next page? Right first. Seed plants. Yes. Pliocene, Pleistocene and Holocene. Okay, done? Oh, careful, what happened? So last one, Holocene. We are in which one? Tertiary, quaternary. Quaternary mein, we are in Holocene. After the Pleistocene, in the last 10,000 years till now. The Holocene is the present period in which we all are living. Okay, last 10,000 years, remember what all happened? Egyptian civilization, Indus Valley civilization, Chinese civilization, Mesopotamian civilization, all the civilization flourished during this period. Correct? We are here now, present. So there is an organization called International Commission on Stratigraphy. Stratum is what? Layers of soil. Stratigraphy is the study of layers and fossils found on the surface of the earth. So International Commission on Stratigraphy is the one which gave this scale, geological time scale. International Commission on Stratigraphy. They recently divided the Holocene into 3 parts based on the soil, rock and ice evidence. They divided it into 3 parts. Greenlandian, from the ice core we got in Greenlandian, that is last 10,000, 11,000 to 8,000 years. Then 8,000 to 4,000 years is North Grippian, that is also Greenland. Both are Greenland evidence. Ice core from Greenland. And the last 4,200 years till now is called as Meghalayan, because of the stalagmite found in Meghalayan caves. Remember stalactites, stalagmites? Stalactites and stalagmites are cave formations. Correct? Speleothems they are. So in this, the stratigraphy commission, they found a stalagmite which was as old as 4,200 years old. So they identified that stalagmite and they included the last 4,000 years of Earth's history as Meghalayan. Meghalayan is our state. So they have given credit to Meghalaya because this was found in Meghalaya. Meghalayan cave of Sizu. Sizu cave mein they found this. Which one? The stalagmite. They found here. Stalactite formed from the ceiling, remember? And stalagmite formed from the floor. These are calcium depositions. Okay, limestone caves mein these are very popular. So this is Meghalayan. Since it has been mentioned by International Commission of Stratigraphy as Meghalayan, don't you think this can become a question? This is going to become a question. Next line you write Holocene. Holocene is further divided into three parts. The last 10,000 years, 11,000 years have been divided into three parts. Greenlandian and North Grippian. Both are the ice core in Greenland. Ice core in Greenland. And the last was this Meghalayan. I know this is like very crazy topic, but we can't do anything. Speleology. Speleology is study of caves. Speleology is study of caves. Inside the cave, what all landforms form? They are called as speleothems. Speleology is study of caves. Let's say we have Bora caves, Belem caves. Bora and Belem. Okay. So Belem and Bora caves, what we have in Andhra Pradesh, they are nearly around 2,200 years old. Means almost this, they come here. 2,000 years old. Bora caves and Belem caves in Andhra Pradesh. So Meghalayan cave is, cave inside Meghalaya, speleothems are as old as 4,000 years old. Okay. So speleothems are landforms formed inside the cave. Like pillar, stalactites, stalagmites, those are called as speleothem. So that is the reason in Meghalayan cave, the speleothem was 4,200 years old. What were you saying? So, calcium, limestone, basically. So that is what we included as a most recent Meghalayan. So I am expecting this question. In the Holocene, Meghalayan is considered the most recent period. We are all in which one now? Meghalayan. Till they identify new soil, new rock, new fossil, and they add it to the time scale. Till then, we will all be in which epoch? Meghalayan epoch. So this coming on the geological time scale is a big credit to India. In the geological time scale, getting our name there is kind of a credit because no other country gets that easily. And everybody will say that word Meghalayan for the rest of the human life. Till life is on earth. Till life is on earth, they'll be using that word Meghalayan. And the recent 4,000 years has been very dramatic, correct? The last 4,000 years, see what all we have done. From Indus Valley civilization till now, comes under this. The prehistory you study in your class, prehistory, ancient, medieval, modern, comes under this, Meghalayan. So your history teacher talks from here, 4,000, 5,000 years he starts, BC. That comes under our Meghalayan period. This is geography mein. History comes under this. Correct? All subjects you would have noticed, history, anthropology, all that is have some part here in this geological time scale. So remember, we are all in Meghalayan period now. Meghalayan age. Meghalayan epoch. Speleothem, you know. All the landforms formed inside the cave are called as speleothem. What is this word? Ice core. Ice core. Greenlandian ice core, North Grippian. Both are found in Greenland. See, in the last Pleistocene period onwards, so we have experienced large scale glaciation. During Pleistocene, we had a lot of glaciers, correct? Even today, polar regions still have ice. Even today, the polar regions have ice. They are very old ice. So when you drill into the ice, just like the borewell, when you dig a borewell, what happens? The tube is sent inside, you will get rock sala. You will get soil. Just like that, when you drill into the ice core, you will get ice. When you remove that ice, you will get to know the isotopes of oxygen. How was climate earlier? How was climate now? That we can understand. By understanding the oxygen isotopes in the water, we will be able to understand what was the climate like 2 million years ago? What was the climate like 10,000 years ago? What was the climate like 5,000 years ago? We'll come to know by studying ice. So ice core studies are very popular. Okay. So just like when we drill, I was talking about super deep borehole, Kola Peninsula, super deep borehole. Why do we drill? To get more rocks, soil, fossils. Remember I told you China is also drilling in Turfan Basin. India is also drilling in Gotane village, Pune. We are all drilling into the earth. Why? To get more evidence of rocks, soil, fossils, so that we can add it to our stratigraphy. So this all becomes part of our history. Okay. So mark this as very, very important. So this can be a mains question. Recently, International Commission on Stratigraphy identified Meghalayan age as the most recent period in the geological time scale. Elaborate its significance. Elaborate its significance. So see how I have framed the question. Recently, International Commission on Stratigraphy has identified Meghalayan age as the most recent period in the geological time scale. I discuss its significance. So then what you have to write? First you have to mention we are all in a Holocene period, which is part of the Cenozoic era. In the recent most period, Meghalayan was added by the International Commission on Stratigraphy based on the evidence they found in the Meghalayan cave from the stalagmites of Meghalayan cave, which was 4,200 years old. From 4,200 years till now, everything is considered as the Meghalayan age. Within that we have our prehistory, ancient, medieval, modern, all that. Okay. So I've shown you the photo of this stalagmite here. You can see the stalagmite inside the Meghalayan cave. Okay. So the International Commission on Stratigraphy's representatives came to India. So they have presented this memento to Delhi Museum also, National Museum in Delhi. They went to Meghalaya. CM of Meghalaya accepted this memento from them. International Commission on Stratigraphy. Means that India has been recognized in the geological time scale. So we have our own period. And the two recent most period is named after us. Is kind of a matter of pride for India now. Okay. Otherwise in our geological time scale nowhere India is mentioned. Notice that. Correct. No evidence from India has been mentioned. We could have mentioned Dharwar also. They didn't. Only the Meghalayan was mentioned recently. So Holocene I divided further into three parts. Greenlandian, North Grippian, Meghalayan. This is given in your, this entire geological time scale what we have discussed is given in your 11th standard NCERT. 11th standard, Fundamentals of Physical Geography, NCERT. Since it is given in NCERT, now you know. First chapter only they have given this. So questions can come. Anyone with NCERT Fundamentals of Physical Geography? I'll tell you the page number. Today only you read. Okay. First chapter, Fundamentals of Physical Geography, first chapter. Geological time scale. So one of the popular questions, I'll tell you. They have given this in the exam. Arrange them from the oldest to newest. Oldest to newest, what will you do? Hadean, Archean, Proterozoic or Phanerozoic, you can say. Inside this, Paleo, Meso, Cenozoic. Okay, like this they have given in the question. Oldest to newest, arrange them. Prelims question. Okay. Shall we go to next topic now? Too much of geological time scale. So try to include this in your answers, mains answers now. Okay, wherever possible. That means during the Paleozoic, or you can say, for example, during the tertiary period. During the tertiary period, Indian plate collided with Eurasia, led to the formation of the Himalayas. So Himalayas are called as tertiary fold mountains. So examiner who sees that, Allah, he'll be very happy. Okay, somebody is raising tertiary fold mountains. So you will try to give extra 1 mark somewhere else. In that, correct, you will get 1 or 2 marks extra, I am saying. So like that, these words when we see in the answer booklets, so the examiners when we correct the papers, we get, okay, the student knows what he is writing and he is talking about geological time scale. wherever possible, relevant words you use, Allah, you will get full marks. So as a result, this topic has a lot of weightage. Mains mein. Prelims mein anyhow they are going to give you the choice. You choose the right choice. You select the right choice. Okay. So I have tried to include everything possible. Only thing is mass extinction I didn't include. So now coming to the all the mammals, reptiles, amphibians, okay, so or invertebrate, all species of animal kingdom. I am talking about animal kingdom now. All both vertebrates, invertebrates. Okay. So in general, if you notice them, how they adapt to the surrounding environment. Correct. What are the bodily changes they go through? Okay. Based on that, some species like humans, you notice. So and you notice most all the mammals, you notice all mammals, birds. So we are capable of maintaining a normal temperature. Correct. Irrespective of the surrounding temperature, our body is capable of regulating its own heat, producing its own heat, maintaining its own temperature. We normally maintain slightly higher temperature than the surrounding environment. Have you noticed? Our body maintains few degrees higher than the surrounding temperature. So if a species is capable of regulating its own temperature without any influence from the surrounding environment, they are called as endotherm. Endo means inside, therm means heat, capable of producing its own body heat. Only few species are capable of that. That is mammals and some birds, almost all birds. Birds and mammals you can write. Birds and mammals are capable of producing their own body heat irrespective of the surrounding environment. Okay, maintaining higher temperature than the surrounding. So the word endotherm or endothermic, also called as homeothermic. Okay. So there are other organisms you can notice, reptiles, amphibians, invertebrates, fish. They can't regulate their own body heat. They depend upon the surrounding environment to maintain their temperature. They are called as cold-blooded organisms. Cold-blooded organisms, also called as ectothermic or poikilothermic. Okay. So ecto means what? Outside. Meaning you understand always. Ecto means out. Endo means what? Inside. Okay. Capable of producing their own body heat. They are called as warm-blooded. Simple word, warm-blooded. Those organisms which depend upon surrounding environment. Correct. Most reptiles, amphibians, fish. Correct. They are depend upon surrounding environment for their heat. So they are called as cold-blooded, ectothermic, poikilothermic. We call it as. I use the word most reptiles because few reptiles try to regulate their body heat, like turtles, for example, leatherback turtle. Few snakes, for example, they try to produce their own body heat and regulate its own body temperature. There are few species of crocodile, one species of crocodile, few species of snake, one species of turtle. They can maintain their own body heat. Some reptiles also tend to behave warm-blooded. Okay. So they'll ask which of the following species are warm-blooded, which of the species are cold-blooded. So now I am entering environment part, actual environment part. So whatever we did from the first class, it's part of environment only, but only thing is the basics we finished. So they have asked this also in exam, which of the following species are warm-blooded, cold-blooded. So all invertebrates are cold-blooded. All invertebrates, fish, amphibians are cold-blooded. Most reptiles have given, most reptiles are cold-blooded. Few reptiles are warm-blooded. Okay. All bird species, all mammals are warm-blooded. So we maintain relatively constant temperature. So the word homeo. We maintain constant body temperature irrespective of the surrounding environment. So the word homeothermic. In animals what happens? If outside temperature changes, their body temperature also changes. So the word poikilothermic. This meaning also I am telling you now. If surrounding environment changes, this temperature also will change. For example, snakes you notice. Why do you think snake come out and bask in the sun? Think about it. Snakes normally are burrowing. So sometimes they come out and expose themselves to the sun, and they are exposed and they trying to bask. We use the word bask in the sun. Why? They're trying to regulate their temperature. Correct. When they need shade, they go under the shade, tree or into the ground. Depending upon that, they regulate their body heat. So if you maintain constant temperature, homeothermic. If the temperature fluctuates, the species temperature also will fluctuate. That is poikilothermic. Okay. Clear? So next page I have given the notes for this adaptation and all. I'll clear this. What is cold-blooded? What is warm-blooded? Whatever theory I just mentioned, I am giving here. You can see some organisms of reptiles here. I told you some reptile species like pythons. Correct. There is a species called Argentinian black and white tegu, sea turtles, some crocodile I told you. They are trying to maintain their own body temperature. They are called as mesothermic. Meso means some species which are cold-blooded normally. They tend to maintain their own body heat through some metabolism process. Okay, so they are called as mesothermy. Intermediate strategy. Okay, between cold-blooded and warm-blooded, intermediate strategy is called as mesothermy, practiced by some specialized reptiles. So please remember this. So why do they have to do this? Why do reptiles have to produce their own body heat? Just to incubate their eggs. For example, reptiles lay eggs. So in order to incubate their eggs, they need warmth. So what some snakes do, they start shivering like this. Shivering results in heat generation that they use to incubate the eggs. So some reptiles follow mesothermic. Crocodiles do that. Turtles do that. Turtles have, you can see, they are normally cold-blooded, but they have thick fat layer because they have to swim in the water. Turtles, leatherback turtle, which is found in Great Nicobar Island. So they practice this mesothermy. So this is going to come, this leatherback sea turtles, because of the Great Nicobar project, port project. So this was in news, leatherback sea turtles in Nicobar. Okay. Olive Ridley turtles, they also do this. Olive Ridley turtles also regulate their own body heat. So they practice mesothermy. Mesothermy is intermediate between cold-blooded and warm-blooded. Ectotherms and endotherms. So this will be there in the notes. You can read this later. Okay. Reptiles. What is warm-blooded, cold-blooded? Clear? So coming to some of the geological principles or ecological principles we have. Okay. So species which are in the polar region, if you notice them, they have smaller ears, smaller legs, smaller limbs. Correct? So the extremities they have, legs, ears and all, they will be very small to retain heat. Remember I was telling you the other day why elephants have bigger ears? Because they are in tropical hot conditions, they have to ward off the heat. They have to cool off. So the ears are longer in tropical conditions. Correct? You saw African elephant ear, Asian elephant ear. They keep moving them always. Why? To regulate their heat, body heat, to ward off the heat. What about the polar bear? You see polar bear has a very small ear like this. Correct? So their limbs also very short. Have you seen polar bear has a very short limbs? Polar bears, grizzly bear, brown bear are all short limbs. That was given by a scholar called Allen. So we call it as Allen's rule. Allen's rule talks about how species closer to the polar region tend to have smaller extremities. Extremities means extensions like arms, legs, ears are smaller to retain heat, to retain their body heat. So that they noticed. Okay, remember this. Joel Allen. Okay, you can read this. Notes is there. Don't worry about this. Just understand. Just understand what I am saying. You'll understand this topic. So you notice this. He gave example of a hair. North American hair. This is a North American continent. He selected 4 species of hair. He showed that the air which lives closer to the equator, you can see the ear, larger ear helps the species to regulate heat by warding off heat through their ears. See here, slowly the ears started decreasing size you notice. As they moved polar, closer to the polar region, he noticed that the length of the ear got shorter, the legs got smaller. See here, the polar one, the one that lives in Greenland, one that lives in Arctic Canada. See how small it is. Legs are also small, and its ears also small. This is all adaptation to changing abiotic factors. When the surrounding environment changes, the species also tends to adapt. Allen's rule came in the exam. Prelims. Why polar species tend to have smaller extremities than tropical species was first mentioned by Joel Allen. See what level they are asking the questions. You will not even guess from where they are asking, how they are asking. So all this has been mentioned in the exam. Then another rule is there. Bergman rule. Carl Bergman was a German biologist. Okay, Carl Bergman. He said species which are closer to the polar region tends to be larger in size than the species close to equator. He talked about the species size, overall size of the species. Notice south of equator and south of equator, we have 8 subspecies of penguins. Multiple penguins we have. Galapagos penguin here. Galapagos penguin. So Argentinian, Patagonian penguin, then Antarctic penguin. So notice the penguin in Galapagos here, which is small in size. So remember, penguins are actually birds. Penguins are birds which adapted to the land. Why did they stop flying? I'll tell you later. We'll discuss about that. Why did penguins stop flying? Why do some birds don't fly? Ostrich, emu, kiwi. Correct, you might have seen all these animals. Why did they stop flying? Or now question is, why do birds fly? Simple as that. We'll start from there. Why do birds fly? How they fly, I'll tell you. Why do they fly? Safety. Correct. Birds tend to fly because of that is their escape mechanism. If somebody comes and tries to harm you, you are weaker species. You know, you can't fight. So what the birds do? They fly. By flying, you can go to safer places. Correct? You can escape the harm that can be caused. So it's an escape mechanism actually. How they can fly? Because they have hollow bones. Very low density. Correct? Feathers they have. So they are capable of lifting their body weight easily. So that is the reason birds fly. Hollow bones they have. So lightweight. Feathers they have. As a result they can fly. Correct? So why did some birds stop flying? Ostrich, emu, penguins. Why did they stop flying? Even our hen, you notice. Hen outside. Penguins. Why did they stop flying? Think about it. No danger, no threat, no predators. Imagine I am a bird. I am living here. So I will fly only when if somebody tries to attack me. Agar correct. Somebody tries to attack me, then I will fly. Otherwise, why will I fly? Food is here only, Allah. Whatever I need, fruit, seeds, everything is on the ground only. So they started roaming around, eating all the food and all. Since there is no harm, so they lived on land. Because of that, the size started increasing. So bone density changed. They lost their feathers. Feather started decreasing. So they forgot the ability to fly slowly over the period of time. That is our adaptation. Animal adaptation. Because there is no threat, no danger. Kiwi you might have heard of. New Zealand, kiwi. They also don't fly. Correct. So emu, ostrich, they are all land-based birds. They have small feathers, small arms you would have seen. So even you notice penguins, instead of a feather, they have flippers, paddles to swim. Because penguins' food is in the water. Penguin is a bird whose food is in the water. So obviously, if I have to eat food, if the food is not there, I have to go and swim, na. So the body starts adapting into that condition. So instead of the feathers, it developed flippers or paddles, which can make them swim. So that is the reason penguins started swimming. So they have thick fat layer to protect themselves from cold. Because in polar regions, it is very cold. Have you noticed? Polar regions are colder. So you have to develop thick fat layer below your epidermis. So you got them bigger in size. These are all animal adaptation to changing weather. So it was Carl Bergman who first noticed that so species tend to be larger in size as they go towards the polar region because they have to adapt to that cold, extreme cold conditions. So they develop extreme fat layer. You think about polar bear also. All bear species, bear you know bear, sloth bear and all, polar bear, grizzly bear, they all are in northern hemisphere. All the bear species of the world are found in northern hemisphere. Here, see, from equator north. There are so many species of bear. All of them are in north. Okay, so you notice this is equator. Only one species of bear crossed from North America to Panama to here. Otherwise, here we have no bear. Here we have no bear species here. Remember, this is our Australasian realm. Australasian realm. Here there is no bear. Here, Africa, you don't have any bear species here. Correct? Because bears evolved in here. Laurasia. Laurasian landmass. What is Laurasia? North America, Europe, Asia. Laurasian landmass they evolved. So they remained mostly here because their food was here. Diet, habitat, everything was here. Only one species, this one, spectacled bear, was the only species which moved down through Panama. Before the Panama Canal was constructed. Now the Panama Canal is there. The species can't migrate. Before the Panama Canal, before 1914 only, the species had migrated here. So it survived. Now don't you think it can't cross Allah? Can it cross the canal and cross over that side? No, not possible now. So as a result, the only bear species that crossed over here is this one, spectacled. Otherwise, all the bear species are where? In the northern hemisphere. Okay. So there was a question in UPSC. Why don't polar bears eat penguin? Think about this question. Why don't polar bears eat penguin? Habitat is different, na? Polar bears, all bears are northern hemisphere. Penguins are southern hemisphere. I told you penguins have no threat here. So they have adopted to this. Imagine I am a penguin. I decide from Antarctica I'll go to Arctic. I decide. So I and my friends will travel all the way like this. Up to equator they come. After that let go here. What will happen as I come here? There are polar bears here. They will eat me. There are predators here, Allah. That is the reason they never crossed equator. Penguins never crossed equator and came to northern hemisphere because here there is a lot of land-based prey. So land-based predators. Land-based predators are more. If they come across any of these, some of the other animals will eat them. They will not be able to adopt or survive. So that is the reason they remain mostly south of equator. All penguin species are south of equator. All 8 subspecies. Here, Galapagos, Argentina, Antarctica. We get only penguins here. They have never crossed equator. Polar bears also, most of their food, diet, habitat are in northern hemisphere. So they remain mostly in the north. Okay. So like this, we call this as adaptability to various conditions. Okay. So all bear species, you know. In India, what bear species we have? Equator, just north of equator we are here. We have sloth bear. Sloth bear. This one, Asian and sloth bear, these two. This one mostly. You would have seen sloth bear is very small. Correct, this one. Here. As we go north, correct, grizzly bear, polar bear, brown bear and all we have here. So have you seen their size? Brown bear size compared to Indian sloth bear? Can you imagine? What is the size? Sloth bear, small. Brown bear, large. Whose rule? Carl Bergman rule. The animals which are in the polar region tend to be larger in size. Correct. To adapt to that condition. Because they have to retain energy also in cold, extreme cold. So they might have to hibernate for 6 months at a stretch. In polar regions it will be very cold. 6 months day, 6 months night. So they go into hibernation for almost 5 to 6 months without food. So they need to store that extra energy, fat. So they tend to get bigger in sizes. Whereas sloth bear, tropical species, it is finding food here throughout the year. So nothing to worry. Okay. So remember this. Why species in the polar regions tend to be larger? Okay. In size. That also you know. But size of their organs, extremities, external organs, ears, legs tend to be smaller. So now population interaction. Population interaction. I'll write in the next page. Allen's rule and Bergman rule, remember. Okay. Right, population interactions. Population interactions. So we have various types of interactions. Symbiotic relationship we are talking about. Various types of symbiotic relationships between organisms. First one, mutualism. Mutualism, commensalism, predation, parasitism, we have amensalism, neutralism, communalism. New words and all I am mentioning which is not there in books. Newest interactions also have developed over the period of time. Communalism, neutralism, amensalism, parasitism, predation, commensalism, mutualism. Okay. So species A, species B, will take two species. Species A. So in the first one, mutualism. Mutualism is when species, one species and the other species, so they both help each other in some way or the other. Both the species benefit out of it. Like remember I was talking about coral polyp in symbiotic relationship, mutualism with zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae is an algae which lives inside the polyp. Correct. Zooxanthellae provides energy, food to polyp. Polyp provides protection. That is coral reefs may we have that. So mutualism is a type of interaction where both the species benefit in their own way. Okay. So we have sea anemones. Correct. We have some types of fish like puffer fish and all. They live in sea anemones. They provide food. Sea anemones provide shelter for the fish. In turn, fish provides it the food and all. As a result, there is mutualism. So mutualism is when both the species benefit from the interaction. Okay, that is called as mutualism. Both the species benefit. First type. I'll show you the photos and all. First you write. Mutualism is when both the species benefit. So there is one more, let's say, I'll write. Mycorrhiza or mycorrhizia is a symbiosis where a fungi helps the plant roots. So what it does is the fungi helps the plant roots to absorb nutrition and water. In turn, the plants provide it necessary carbohydrates to survive. Okay, it's called as mycorrhiza. Mycorrhiza or izia. ZEA. Mycorrhiza is a symbiosis when the fungi which is in the roots help the roots to absorb nutrients, water easily from the soil. Without this, the plants can't grow. So as a result, this fungi helps the plant roots. In turn, plants provide them necessary nutrients required for it to survive. So there is kind of symbiosis here. Another example I gave was coral polyp and zooxanthellae. This also has a symbiosis. Okay, so we have to cover so many other topics. So as a result, two examples I am giving you now. Okay. So both the species benefit. So in commensalism, what happens? Where one species benefit, the other species has no harm, which is unharmed. Okay, one species benefits, the other species has no harm or it is unaffected. Think about whale, large whale. So these whales keep swimming in the water. So a lot of barnacles attached to it, to the skin. They get a free ride. They travel around. So the whales have nothing to worry because whales are unharmed. Whale is unharmed from that. Whereas the barnacles get the nutrients they require, food they require across when the whale swims across the ocean. That is one. So we have a puffer fish attaches to the shark. shark and pufferfish. The pufferfish attaches to the shark. Whenever the shark eats some food, that food, pieces of food will fall. This pufferfish will eat that. So it is not like parasitism. It is not parasitism. It is not deriving the nutrition from the host. It is just swimming along with it. Whenever the shark eats some food, the whatever small pieces of food that drops, this pufferfish will eat that. So that way, or we call it a suckerfish, that it eats the food. So that is called as commensalism, where one species is benefited, the other species is not harmed. Or you might have seen a lot of crabs living in the shells, oyster shells. So many oyster shells are there, empty shells will be there. These crabs will go and live in it. Correct. Crabs are getting what? Protection from it. Whereas the shell is not harmed, the other species is not harmed at all. So that is commensalism. So commensalism is where one species is benefited, the other species is unharmed or unaffected in that kind of interaction. So predation is when one species gets benefited by killing the other. In predation, the predator kills the prey. Predator kills the prey. Here, the predator kills the prey. As a result, one species is harmed, the other species is benefited, like lion killing the deer or tiger hunting the deer. So this is what lion is getting benefited, whereas the other species is harmed here. Eventually it gets killed also, because it is providing nutrition to the other species. So predation. So what happens, I was telling you earlier, what happens when the predators become very efficient? Lion, tiger become efficient. Every time they hunt, if they are able to catch the prey, what happens? The prey species will decline. One day all the prey species, herbivores, will die. So then without food, carnivores also will die. So there need to be a balance, ecological balance in the environment. So that is the reason the predators, they won't be able to hunt every time. Out of 10 hunts, they'll be able to get food only once or twice. Because the preyers are also adapting to the environment. The prey also tries to adapt to protect itself from predation.